Yes indeed. Peace to you and yours. This is Know the Ledge Radio / Know the Ledge TV / Know the Ledge Media, and you are now rocking with the best. This is your host, Brother Blue. I am soon to be joined by my co-host, Brother Red. We have a powerful lineup. All right, we have two of our most esteemed guests in the building tonight for that good KTL University. All right, this is what we do best. So, with no further ado, all right, let me get the title streaming just in case the family didn't catch the notice earlier. We put a flyer up on Instagram. This is the Psychotropic Drill Aesthetic Death featuring RASHID, Red and Blue Pill, and our special guest, Cosmo Physician himself, our brother AKHU. All right. So with no further ado, let me open up the line and bring in our brother AKHU. Peace, love, and light.
Peace, God.
Peace, God. What's good with the brother?
Chilling, man. Same old shit with me. Constant study. I don't get a break.
You don't get a break. This has been a very active cycle thus far. You dig what I'm talking about? And
Yeah.
we've been keeping communication, and this is a very exciting time, to say the least. Because if nothing else, the universe is revealing itself to be right and exact, right? And they say one of the most important things that we dealt with in our antiquity is our measurement of time. And how else can you measure time but through measuring the particular measurements and the movements of these planets?
The only way.
Right. So, it's going to be a very exciting, engaging episode tonight. And, we're going to let the people get settled in. I'm going to send this tweet out real quick. But what's good with the God? How you been, bro?
I've been all right, Lord. Steadily growing. I'm learning more and more every day how to be a better father. So
yes, indeed.
That's the real lesson right there. And nobody tries my patience like my son. I'm learning lessons in human compassion and mercy. The average individual, they don't like to put this type of shit on Front Street, but I don't have a problem with it, man. My son has me contemplating murder up in this motherfucker. The average individual would never say, my kids would never drive me, man, please. My son, you ain't babysat my son. It's at the degree where I wouldn't let my best friend watch my son.
Damn.
Because if he was well behaved, I would come to pick him up wondering, what did you do to my boy?
Right.
Because he doesn't behave. So, you dig? I wouldn't subject anybody to my son. How about that? So, at any rate, I love him to death. And I'm learning how to be a better person.
Yes.
And a better father because of it, I know. And I think that's the thing that keeps his skin on his behind.
Right. As someone who studies charts and you study the correlation to how energy moves, in and about within itself and what have you, how much of what you see in your son is a reflection of self?
A lot, God. And let me give you the metaphysics of it, okay? For years, I avoided having children, making children. I did not want children. Every woman that I was with that wanted children, we ended up separating either because I didn't want to have kids or something else. But a few of them was because I didn't want to have kids. So he was not a planned child, all right? And I swear to goodness, man, you know, I love to predict my life. You know, I do predictive astrology first and foremost for self. That's what I learned, and that's why I wanted to do it, so that I can look at my own life, right?
Right.
And the date, July 15th, kept popping up, and I said to my whiz, I said it couldn't be on the 15th because that would be too good to be true. You know, it would be way too good because his son would then conjunct my ascending degree,
Right.
right? Well, lo and behold, he was born on July the 15th.
Now,
The date I at least expected for him to come. And July 15th puts his sun degree directly on my ascendant degree. All right.
now,
So
can you
needless
explain
to
that
say,
to the audience who's just hearing this terminology probably for the first time? What exactly does that mean? What does it denote?
okay, well, yeah, I'm getting ready to get into that because I
Okay.
understand a lot of people don't understand astrology, man. The ascendant point, technically, it is where the sun rises every day. The exact point where the sun rose is the ascendant, all right?
Right.
And it gives indication to your whole earthly, worldly personage, all right? Your mind, your feelings, your personality, your likes, your dis, all of that, right? It shows, it gives us that indication. Well, his son, the sun itself, the day he
Right.
was born, was at that specific degree, the same degree where the sun rose the day I was born. So, I mean, astrologically, I shouldn't be surprised. You know,
Right.
so to ask you how much of him is me,
Right.
he
So
don't have his sun right where my ascendant is,
that's a
gives,
perfect pairing.
gives him the same vibratory access to the same vibratory frequency. And my son, at the age of 2 years old, is doing things that I didn't even think about till I was 7 and 8, man.
Right. So you see an advanced species. You see someone in yourself who, you know.
Yeah, a lot of people say, well, you wouldn't say that because that's your seed. Let me let y'all know something. I'm 54 years old. All right.
Right.
I was 51 when I made the boy. And I've seen enough children to distinguish.
Right.
And just because he's mine, I'm extra proud of it. But the fact of the matter is that he excels as the 6-year-old in him.
Right.
And his trickery, I'm talking about, he's the best and worst of me.
Indeed.
Yeah, let me put it like that. He is the best of me
Right.
and the worst of me. He's doing things that, you know, because I didn't have a father to raise me, I was able to develop. He's doing things, it seems like it's already developed, but I got him early enough to be able to deter his behavior from
Right.
certain.
And you know, that's a perfect segue to what we're talking about tonight on many different levels. One of the primary ones being the absence of fathers in the home, strong father figures, and you know, big homie guidance. You know what I'm saying? If not even the fathers, like just being a strong figure in a young man's life. You know what I'm saying? The other thing that we want to speak about is because someone such as yourself looks at life mathematically and you're able to remove emotion from it when situations such as this arise, you're one of the best people that we go to look at the information unemotional. You know what I'm saying? And see what a person's chart says exactly about them. Because everything that you think you are, you know what I'm saying, it can pretty much be either proven or disproven by looking at, you know what I'm saying, what your chart says about you. So there's been this outcropping of, you know, people wanting to play internet forensics. And that's understandable. You know what I'm saying? Even though they are not necessarily going all the way there with it. You feel me? It's a lot of surface decoding taking place. And because we don't want to build our foundation on anything speculative, we're like, look, we're going to go to the scientists. If there's questions that we need to know and no one is here to necessarily answer them, you know what I'm saying? Instead of going to the psychic hotline and getting that level of a breakdown, I'm not taking shots at, you know, the mediums are the other people who have been channeling information, but you can also go to a concrete source, which is a person's birth chart, right? So I hit the brother up and I asked him, can he tell me exactly what the chart says about this young man? And in particular, I brought up the fact that yesterday in the city of Los Angeles, there was an occultation that takes place. Now, what exactly is occultation? Occultation is when Mars, or the moon for that matter, blocks out Mars, right? And it makes it hidden. That's what the occult means. Occult means hidden. You know what I'm saying? And the this particular planet got blocked out, and that observance could be made directly over Los Angeles, where this young man happened to lose his life. So, you know, just off of a hunch or a notion, I said, look, can we take a look at this and see if there's any connection, any correlation? And what the brother came back with was profound. And I felt that, you know, if we can just share that with the family, that also would give credence to this science, which is an exact science because it's mathematical. Shout out to King Simon. I see the brother in the chat.
Peace to the God, King Simon.
Indeed.
Lord, you know, nothing happens under the sun on the face of this earth that is not given indication by the entire universe.
Okay? Fact. Yes.
So,
yes.
Astrology is a super condensed form of looking at the entire universe, you know. You're talking about the brother Pop Smoke.
Pop Smoke, correct.
Right. First, I gotta give it a little bit of clarity. An occultation is a double overlapping of between two heavenly bodies. Okay. You know, you hear constantly from occultists and astrologers about aspects.
Yes.
Okay. And you have aspects that occur in the longitude. There's a great circle we use to make the chart, and that is the ecliptic. And that's longitudinal. It goes from east to west. Wherever you are on the earth, is east to west or west to east. These are how the longitudes are determined. Like on a map that has latitude and longitude.
Right.
And longitude determines how far east or how far west a planet is from any given point.
Yes.
Well, you also have a measure in astrology that is not popular. It has fallen out of popularity. It hasn't fallen out of use, but it's fallen out of popularity. And there aren't a great many there's not a great deal of astrologers who still use it. Okay, I'm one who still uses it. And
right.
It's called declination.
Declination.
And the declination determines how far north or south of the apparent path of the sun a planet falls. Well, occasionally, periodically, a planet will conjunct in the longitudes, east and west, and it will also conjunct in the declinations. And when they conjunct in both measures, this is an occultation, as when one planet perfectly blocks out another planet. Because a conjunction, if you use the line from the middle of my face to my nose and my chin, right? You can get two planets conjunct like this because they're both on the same line.
Right.
But they're not occulting because one is not hiding behind the other. So it is rare that the moon would occultate another planet. Not so rare, it doesn't happen every year. In fact, there will be another occultation on September 5th of this year between the moon and Mars. Okay, so I'm interested as to see how that happens. Like, not only did Brother Pop get murdered, a friend of mine was entertaining a guest who tumbled down the steps and broke his leg. The bone penetrated the skin and he bled everywhere. You understand? This happened at 3 a.m. yesterday.
Wow.
The day of the occultation. So I'm not going to be surprised if I catch more reports of how this thing makes itself
Yeah, I
manifest.
mean, once we publicize how the energy plays out, people that connect and relate to it gonna come out the woodworks and be like, "Yeah, this happened and that happened." And
Exactly.
family, this is not. We're not cyber investigators. We're not looking to solve crimes and things of that nature. We're explaining the process of how, you know, as
As above, so
above
below.
so below, the correspondence and how it actually plays out on the material realm, and we get enraptured by the story, by the actual play out, and we don't care to know about the play. You know what I'm saying? So, can you speak on what it is that you observed when you looked at this young man's chart?
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Understand, I got to give him some nomenclature. Otherwise, it's
Yes,
just,
please.
yeah. All right. Y'all got to understand the birth chart does more than just describe who you are. It describes what you're going to go through in life. So, what you see in the chart may not haven't even occurred yet. Some of it hasn't even occurred yet because some things are going to be saved for you as an adult. You understand? So, as a senior, right? So, but when I look at this brother's chart, I saw in his natal promise, I saw the two planets that were occulting at the time of his death. So what this means is, hold on a minute. Yeah. What this means is that it was written already that he would visit this situation. Okay. For those people who like to believe that we create our own reality, if that is absolutely true, we do it before we're born. Okay. Or at the moment of birth. Because when Mars occulted the moon in the transiting sky, in the
Right.
current sky. When I say transit, I mean in the present sky. What was going on? This had happened in his birth chart. Mars and the moon were together in the sign of Scorpio, the
Mm,
sign of death,
damn.
at the time of his birth. You see? And there's a lot more to it than that. So let me break it down step by step for you, okay? The fact that the moon and Mars were conjunct in Scorpio, in hindsight, see, I don't want to get into what it could have been or what it should have been, because it
Right.
is what it is. In hindsight, what that says is that he was murdered, Scorpio. He would be murdered, Scorpio, at home or in his dwelling, the moon, through a home invasion. Home invasion is Mars and the moon together. Okay? So the
Damn.
energy for that to happen was already in his birth chart. And it came to pass on a day or concurring with the occultation of the same two planets.
Right. Right.
You see?
So
So there's no
his, his
coincidence here.
his personal chart alignment aligned perfectly with the moon occultation that occurred yesterday over Los Angeles.
Yes, it did. Yeah, he had seriously. He
That's
had.
crazy.
Let me explain what I mean by perfectly, because man, that's a word that people can jump into and play all kinds of fucking games with, right?
Right.
When I say perfectly, I don't mean to the exact minute of art geometrically, because it doesn't have to be. He had Mars at 6 degrees of Scorpio.
Right.
The occultation took place at what, 4 degrees?
Yeah.
I'm not even sure. I don't recall. Okay. But at any rate, the fact that he was born with the Mars and the moon within 1 degree of one another
Right.
is what we call, within 1 degree is called perfect. You get it? It's not called exact. You see, but it's perfect because they're in the same degree. It's like I'm trying to shoot you right between the eyes, but I end
Right.
up shooting you right here. Oh, in the
Right.
eye. You're still dead,
Still there.
So
Right.
this is what we mean by perfect. However, the fact remains, no one's death is not written into their chart. So we can look at the charts of 1,000 dead people and see the indication right there, plain as day. You understand what I'm saying? So the fact that he died in a home invasion is given simply by Mars and the moon being in Scorpio. That in and of itself says death at the time of a home invasion. Death being Scorpio, home being the moon, invasion being Mars. But that's not all. That alignment, that station, because that's really a station and an alignment because it's two or more planets, right? That station was in opposition to Jupiter and Saturn in Taurus. So the opposition speaks to confrontations and the stuff in your life that leaves you open or will lead you to confrontation, as well as cooperative measures. In other words, any activity that involves more than one person and you directly is pointed to in your birth chart by an opposition. Okay? So the fact that it was an opposition to Saturn, just Mars opposed Saturn by itself, is a trying degree. It's a trying alignment. It guarantees challenges 3 or 4 times a year throughout a person's life. You understand? Guarantees it. So even with the knowledge of it, a person would have to prepare or put something in the way of the challenge, because it's coming regardless. So the fact that that existed in his birth chart, you got to understand that Saturn in Taurus is in opposition to Scorpio. You see? And Saturn and Scorpio's ruler are together right now. You understand that? So that opens the door for everyone born under peculiar Saturn-Pluto alignments. You see? Just like Kobe Bryant. You see what I'm saying? So we can't leave out the aspects that contribute to that. When I learned that he had revealed his address online because he had some clothes delivered to his home, that was given indication to in his birth chart, man. It's like, I'm going to be forever amazed at this. So when you said earlier about how we can remove our emotions from it, I don't know if I'm too good at that. Okay. Because I'm emotionally attached to this practice. You understand? So at any rate, it's a passion. At any rate, he had Venus in Virgo.
Right.
You see? And the chart I was looking at, I haven't had the time to verify this. So don't quote me and run with it. You can quote me if you want, but don't run with it. I'm talking to the listeners.
Let me do this 1 second. I don't want to interrupt your bill. I just want to open up the line and bring our brother AA in the building.
You know shit, the God. Look at him.
Peace to the God. I'm sitting here as a student. I'm shutting up. Go, Rob.
Yeah, I want him to do his thing.
Venus.
Look, you know that's the biggest compliment I could ever
I just
get.
made you in the building. That's all.
So he had Venus in Virgo. Now, mind you, that's the perfect planet, Pluto, the planet of death, which is the vehicle.
Wait, your phone is breaking up a little.
I can hear him perfect, Paulie.
Okay, but can everybody?
All right.
So he had Venus in a perfect 90-degree alignment to Pluto. Venus in Virgo. You see? Which, when the average person thinks, they say, oh, he could have avoided that had he known about the Moon-Mars situation, right? Well, what brought the Moon-Mars situation about wasn't just the fact that the Moon and Mars were conjunct. These things have to manifest in reality, right? There are other contributing factors that would bring that about. And that is told through the ruler of the sign that those two planets are in, which is Scorpio, right? Now, Mars is the ruler of Scorpio in the ancient tradition, or traditionally period. So we're not going to disclude Mars from his rulership, but I also recognize modern rulerships. So we have to consider the place of Pluto, which he had early in the sign of Sagittarius, 90 degrees from where he had Pluto. So we can look at his birth chart in hindsight and say what got him killed was him trying to show off to the public his clothing. Because had he never done that on that live, they would never have known where he lived. They would have never made the home invasion. He'd have probably had to face that at another time. But at any rate, he opened the door to the violence in his home, Mars Moon, through that Pluto Sagittarius, that broadcasting. where letting his killer know. And because that's in square alignment, 90-degree alignment with Venus, we can say that what he ought not have done was show his clothing online, disclosing his address in the process. You see? And basically, that's what I gleaned from his chart, man. You know.
Yeah, that's crazy. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it sounds very precise to me in regards to interpreting what you see right there in front of your face, coinciding with what we see.
Listen, the brother was a Cancer sun. Okay, so anytime Cancer is involved in anything, we must look at the moon.
Right.
Okay. Now he had the moon conjunct Mars. So the fact that he is a Cancer, right? You know, Cancer, I don't know if he's Cancer rising. His sun was in Cancer. The sun was in the sign of Cancer, tropical Cancer, and sidereal Cancer. The day he was born. So anything happening with the moon is a direct influence on everything and person and place that the sign of Cancer gives indication to. The dude who broke his leg in my man's house the other night was a Cancer.
Damn.
Yeah. So for all you Cancers and Cancer rising, and for those of you who don't know that you're a Cancer rising, you would have issues with your ankle, your lower leg at some point in your life, your back teeth, and your right hand or arm. If you suffer from injuries or ailments involving every one of those, you're a Cancer rising. If you have them in combination, you're Cancer rising, and this occultation speaks to you.
That's a lot of information. You know what I'm saying? For people to digest, for people that want to contact you, you know, because they want to probably get some personal information about their particular situation. How would they go about doing that?
Well, you can reach me any day of the year, even holidays, between 1 p.m. and 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time exclusively. Now, I say this all the time. Between 1 and 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You dig? I say this all the time. I stress it. People still call me at 1 o'clock in the morning or 9 o'clock at night.
Right.
That's 1 through 7 my time. Eastern Standard Time, y'all. So you can call me at 516-881-6992, and I'll be sure to be in contact with you. I'm gonna answer my phone. If I don't answer when you call back. You know, try again, because my phone stays busy. All right, I stay busy. So you know, I'll get with you as soon as I can. But for the purposes of the listening audience, you know, you can't just automatically assume that because you're a Cancer, something bad is going to happen. The planets point to processes that are favorable or unfavorable. So for some people, that occultation of the Mars, it gives indication to trial and tribulation. To other people, opportunity and blessing. So don't run with the idea, oh, I'm a Cancer, and this nigga said that anything, if you're a Cancer, then you can look forward to something happening because it could be something positive. It depends on what you were promised at your time of birth. And this brother Pop, he had a crazy grand square going on, and what that gives indication to is trial and tribulation. So he had many trials and tribulations, and don't get it twisted. Most of the successful people on this planet have similar alignment. They have grand squares, because there's always going to be squares or indicated difficulty associated with greatness.
Right.
So most of the great people we know have all these squares. So don't feel like, oh, I got all these squares in my chart. My life is going to be miserable, because some of the richest men on this planet have mad squares in their chart. The squares are only a guarantee that you're going to face adversity and that there are going to be obstacles that you must overcome. It doesn't mean that you will fail at them. All right?
Indeed. All right. And with that, open up our brother's mic. Peace to the God.
Now it's my turn to be a student.
Indeed. Hold on.
Muted, boy.
I can't hear you, God. Yeah, there you go.
Wait.
The nigga muted.
There you go.
Yeah. Now you can hear me? My
Yeah,
brother.
Yeah.
My brother.
Yes, sir.
Yo,
to
this
God.
Ron Coop talk. Ain't nobody supposed to be talking anyway except for Ron Coop any motherfucking way. Yeah? For real.
Man,
When him and
sir,
Oman talk,
I want to hear
sitting
what
up
other
listening.
people have to say. Don't deprive me of my honor to learn something.
That's right.
Trying to
big
act like
homie.
what you got ain't profound, nigga. I enjoy listening to you. Don't get it twisted. And I ain't jerking your chain.
Thank you. Listen, this is what I wanted to say to the tip. And I know, first of all, I'm very happy that we on the platform again. I thought it was Blog Talk. I was waiting for a Blog Talk link. And it's got me in the yard. The stream yard, huh? You a legend. Yo, yeah.
We
The
doing
pill is
Blog
always
Talk visual.
in advance. Yeah, you always in advance, going to the future with it. You know what I'm saying? And you was definitely in the past to make our future that we have here. For real. But I felt as a 45-year-old grown ass man, I felt like that little brother is old enough to be our son. You heard?
Fact.
And I felt like that we owe, as we get older, the community an explanation as to why we are still alive. You heard? And your explanation have to be your work that you do. And I'm not talking about explaining yourself to lames. I'm talking about the way that you walk, our talk, our stature, what it is that we say that we do. And we see that if you are what you say you are, it enamors you with this honor. And what occurs is, oftentimes, and most of the time, what occurs is our social construct and how we grow up. Many of us have never been, you heard, except for fuckery, except for being a street person or being the most violent or being the most, obscure or obtuse figure in a collective of people that's trying to, it's just like that. So I find it's very interesting, a cultural paradigm, a social paradigm right now, where there's a synergy between, and I don't think this ever stopped happening, but there's a synergy, King, between psychotropic drugs and a UK sound, you heard? That grind, you heard? And that grind and drill, and then there's this bracket of what we call, there's a disjuncture between the elders. You heard? When you know this to be a fact, Paul, when we used to go to the tunnel, we used to be in the tunnel and there still be elders in there. You heard? We still had people to look up to that was a certain kind of way, and they used to, they'd give you a heads up and pull your, your coattail.
If they need to pull your coattail, they was
there
to do that. We always had an extra set of eyes. There was never a time when eyes wasn't perched somewhere.
Right. So now,
now the only perched eyes is the federal ones.
Right. And we in an age where there ain't no elders giving these young people preventive measures or methods upon which how to prevent falling victim to of psychotropic drugs and sound. And there's no conversation for this because they have so many outlets and pod where everybody is doing the equivalent of this, what we would call back in the day, dick ride. You heard? We, however, we bring in awareness. You see, we ain't sitting up talking about what no nigga doing, what they ain't doing, talking about what his mama did, where's daddy at. not our business. We in the business of improving the quality of people's lives. You heard? So when I say this, we had a context that is no longer there for these young people, and I felt really bad about this situation with the young man, because I actually am a purveyor of culture, and I love hip hop, and I even love how it's turned into something else. You heard? And you know for a fact that we are connoisseurs of hip hop as innovators in many respects. The fact that we was behind the scenes for the last 10, 15 years talking about what we've been talking about, and we seen what we was talking about now become popular culture. You seen that when
20
everybody
years.
was knuckle dragging, when the niggas was knuckle dragging. Now we hear these niggas is saying say me name.
Yeah.
These names that we've been hip to when they used
That
to
is
make fun of us, Paul. They used to make fun of
right.
me for being a Muslim. They used to make fun of my name, and now everybody is a fucking gangster Muslim. So I'm like, this shit is interesting. You feel me? This shit is interesting, the unfolding narrative. You heard? So I said, oh, so where's he going? You know it has to go back to the big homies, to the dark matter think tank. It goes back into the ideas and the things that Rob, who always wanted for the community, we will be revisiting in the future or wanted to accomplish in the now. You heard? They will be walking in the steed and on the shoulders of the work that we do right now. I promise you. So I felt like this young man is very special because you know me, Paulie. After LIU back in the day, we bring Phil, we bring Bobby, we bring Gilbert. How do we reward ourselves after that? We go to Caribbean City. You heard? We go to
Facts.
Caribbean City and we drink Hennessy and what you call it. Shout out to Corona. They're trying to take Corona
Yeah.
beers out of circulation
Coronas,
with
nigga.
that shit. Yeah,
Remember the
we
Coronas
go
with the
there with
Grenadier?
Hennessy. Yeah, and smoke the reefers in the
Smoke the
building. Bobby
reefer.
Conda's job up. And the highlight of our night is when they play Movado. When they play this shit. You remember that shit? The last night was the first night. That was our shit, right? So imagine to me, after they
Yeah.
closed the shit, they done turned it to another name because the nigga got clapped up there. And then I'm up there, I'm
Right.
having fun, I'm in there smoking my reefer for Dolo, I'm lit, boy, and up there on the stage part where jobbing them go up, right? Boom. They play Welcome to the Party. I just heard it on the radio, LA,
Right.
in an
Put the head in
Uber.
the club.
And I was like, I Shazammed it. I said, what the fuck? You know, this nigga stupid, right? He said, and then I was like this. I said, oh, I like this shit. Right? With that sound, it's primal. It was jump. It's like primal. It's like it make you want to do pull up and slap the shit out of somebody. Yeah,
Facts.
right. So boom. Listen, they play, and the Jabba and them cut it off, and the whole crowd sang the boy lyrics when he was alive. You heard? So I said,
Facts.
wow, that was a moment for me, bro. You heard? So you know we
So
was
let me
there
tell
for.
you when I seen this slap. I was at Mr. Ruggs' all black party in the A, me and Junior. You feel me?
Yeah.
They had Moneybag, Yo Gotti and them was across from us. You know, Finney and up in Fab and them was up in there. And they threw that shit on. They was like, y'all niggas, because you know the whole joke down south is New York niggas can't get behind in unity behind one nigga. If it's a Brooklyn nigga,
Right.
Brooklyn niggas in the club, within the Bronx niggas dope. You know what I mean? So they just used to seeing New York niggas divided and Atlanta niggas always unified with an artist. They was like, look, we're gonna throw one on that y'all all should be proud for. And they threw that shit on, son.
Right.
And the way that shit resonated, you know what I'm saying, with the niggas and the bros in there, I was like, oh, nah, this shit is out of here. And then everything I heard from him, even though it was in the same level of syncopation as all raw music.
Bro, in the what you call it, in the Caribbean city, it was the women singing, baby, baby don't trip, lower your tone. They was going in, you heard?
Yeah. Nah,
You know
he
these are
was
moments.
talking to
So
something
show
and
you.
indirectly.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Now, what was he
You feel
talking
me?
to? Speaking. Now, listen. What was he talking to? So we don't go on a tangent. What was he talking to? What is the culture? They biting down. They fuck with pills. They fuck with
Right.
pills. That shit sound crazy on pills, nigga. You heard? Pun intended.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? Pop one of them motherfucking pills. Take a bite and listen to that crazy ass shit. You heard? And the psychotropics, right? Listen,
Yeah.
we all live in the neuron. We live in neural receptors. The
Facts.
brain has 12 cranial nerves. The 12 cranial nerves, this is what me pulling this out into my book. The 12 cranial nerves are one of these terrestrial hoists that you have to connect you to the cosmos. So
Facts.
everything that you have, everything that occurs to you astrologically and celestially, it has a canopy and an expression in the cranial nerves. If we were to map where these cranial nerves were and their experiences, I bet you can map out the parts of the brain which are actual aspected to astrological impulses.
Astrological
And then
bodies.
it'll show you this. It'll show you how underdeveloped the culture can be when the culture does not run you through the full zodiac of your psychology. You'll be sitting stuck on certain neural pathways, firing off this simple impulse. And we see these in these relationships that's connected to African Americans. African American relationships is predicated on making up the breakup. We is more addicted neurally to making back up after we fuck over each other. You heard?
Right. That's what the excitement is at.
Right. There's an excitement in that. Fighting and fucking is what they call it when you a teenager. You understand?
It's all martial shit.
So Marshall,
right.
yeah.
Right. And then and Mars is so significant, and I like when you just let me act like I'm a fake astrology, cutting me off when I be like I know what I'm talking about. Look,
the blood, shit, right? That's what I'm here for. That's what I'm here for. You know, and my thing is, you talk all you want. Just be writing exactly when you talk my shit.
That's right, big homie. So I said, like,
this is why I play these events. You know, I play these events and don't nobody say nothing about astrology unless they want to argue.
That's right. That's right. I remember one time I was on the internet talking big shit. I said the sun don't go in retrograde. Right? I said, yes, it do. Nigga, 20 years. The shit go backwards a little bit. I said, oh shit. Look, I was trying to be philosophically slick. You feel me? You know what I mean? For
780 years, really. Yeah. 179, 180 years. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Fix me up. Yeah. So look, my narrative is that with the there's something going on where Rob, who already told us what is the astrological sign of his vocation as hip hop. His astrology of his vocation, which is his art form, is Leo. You heard? And that is all about 1 star per stage. And that's a very significant thing because you got to protect these artists. These artists, you heard? And they should be allowed the opportunity to have shout out to Red. So I'm like this. They should have the opportunity to be protected, honored, you heard, and respected as messianic forces in the community, especially as little babies, the young people, you heard? So they supposed to have, and I'm gonna tell y'all this. Even when I go to my city, I ain't pop smoke. I ain't got a big old bankroll. But when I come to my city, I check. I be calling niggas that did 30 years in the penitentiary. I'm calling my big homies. I'm calling my contemporaries. I'm letting niggas know that I'm around the way. So the volatility of the culture. The volatility of the culture makes it where the young people can't ask for help. You heard? It's some good dudes in Los Angeles that wasn't going to let no bad, evil, wicked shit happen to this little boy. And I'm going to tell you something. Yeah. This young man would have been better off in an Airbnb in Inglewood. Hollywood Hills is some dangerous shit. Can't nobody save you up there, King. Ain't
That's
nobody,
fact.
don't nobody give a fuck about you up there, Lord. And we be going up there low-key trying to stun on each other. So you know the culture we come from. You couldn't even come outside with a haircut, nigga, and some brand new sneakers if you couldn't back that shit up. You heard? Niggas wasn't even doing chains. Niggas wasn't even doing chains. You had to really be built like that to even come outside with a gold chain. A skinny one. A little skinny herringbone. Niggas is yapping you. Niggas is taking that shit. You heard? Your man in them is gonna take it. You heard? I seen a nigga snatch a chain and take the chain from us. We all snatching the chain together. This nigga snatches the chain from us, swallows the chain. You heard? Talking about he dropped it. You know the culture we from. You heard? So I'm like this. I'm gonna tell you something. There's something the ancestors honor our culture. The ancestors left nuances in the religious text to honor people who have a lot of money. I'm paraphrasing, but I can show you niggas. The ancient ancestors, the most cosmopolitan niggas in the world, Egyptians, North Africans, they did not play that bum shit. They is stunting on you. It's in their literature, bro. They said they got. You heard? How many people did they had to pay to do that shit too? You heard? They doing all of that. And they saying in the culture, they telling the populace that you have to respect these people. So anyone that can accumulate goods, services, resources, galvanize that, they should be protected. So what is going on in the culture is the young people are hanging around a bunch of niggas that don't respect them. And they have this psychodrama with the psychotropic pills. Ask your brother about the niggas that's locked up in Detroit right now. Antibodies. You heard? That they can't remember that they killed the nigga the night before. You heard?
Look.
It's a beam with the what you call it.
I'm in Wayne County, one of the illest jails in America. They got me on a bullshit ass old warrant in another state, so they're gonna extradite me. But they put me in the pen with all the killers.
Yeah.
Young black men. I'm talking about every single person that I came across in Detroit had a bullet wound. And I put that on mama. Every single one of them. Everybody from the young dudes all the way to the old heads. The young dudes are waking up because the Xannies put you into a stupor, a deep sleep.
Yeah.
They waking up going in their pocket, pulling out their paperwork, talking about what the fuck? Capital murder? Yeah. And they hitting their man like, yo, son, what's this about? Yo, son, what you talking? You was out here murdering shit the other night. What do you mean murdering?
Yeah.
Nah, blacked out. I don't know what happened. Real kills. To where they carjack you, now they gonna body you. If they break it into it, like anybody who live in Detroit know about the story with the young boy who burnt the house down. He lived next door to this European 90-year-old man. He robbed the dude, burnt the house down, went to the gas station, filled up the gasoline on camera. On them Xannies, boy. You know?
Yeah. Yeah. You forget. Psycho's a motherfucker. And I'm gonna tell you something. I'm not pump faking, man. I'm not gonna be one of them dudes that play with y'all. I smoked it tranquilizer when I was 15 in the Octagon nightclub with adults. I was smoking some dust called Purple Rain. You heard? My big homies that was with me is the most dangerous, one of the most dangerous niggas in the world. When that nigga smoke dust, that nigga can do anything. And if you were high on dust, a nigga can tell you to do anything, bro. You heard?
Oh, super fact.
I promise you. And this is the thing. This is the deep shit with our culture. Because culture is the behavior of a people. Our culture is fucked up because you lose your kids between the ages of 13 to 16 to the streets if you don't build emotional connections with them. You heard? So if your kids don't have an emotional connection with you, your kids is gonna be calling some nigga in the street the big homie. You heard? And you don't know how they are connected. They could be connected from a myriad of different motherfucking things. This is how they single-handedly, you could lose an entire generation of people. When people stop cooking that dinner and making everybody sit down at that dinner table. When everybody got to go, when you got to go sit down and go get the Chinese food on your own because mommy not home, daddy in jail, or they outside conducting adult business and nobody there. What happens when one day you outside, you eat corn chips and drinking beer and splitting hero sandwiches with fucking murderers? You heard? Then what? Now you got an emotional connection to these niggas, man. You heard? And now you do anything for these niggas, man. So I'm gonna give you a narrative. So we're gonna bring it back. And I want to say this, and I want the listening audience and everybody to hear this to say this and mean it. That we love Pop Smoke. He's our little brother. That he old enough to be our son. You heard? He's our little brother. He's all them little kids. The young messed up by the feds, the 34 of them is our babies.
Yeah,
little boys and girls. Those is our children. They got a little sister, black woman as the head of the Bloods. You heard? Now they want to lock the sister up. This shit is they trying to criminalize our culture, and they make it.
No, they not.
Hold on, let me finish this point. They criminalizing the culture, and they not allowing the young people to protect themselves adequately. You heard? Now, if you're supposed to always hang out with gangsters, y'all need to stop doing that. Y'all need to start hanging out with nerds, and you start nurturing the dude that knows how to go, and he's a clean-cut nigga, and he goes down to the shooting range, and he about to be the police. You heard? He needs to be in the team because ain't nobody supposed to be pulling up on the little Messiah like that. You heard? And he must have been getting the vibe. And this is the dangerous shit about arts and science. And this is why we got to address niggas playing with us in music. I wouldn't give a fuck who you is. We're going to address these niggas playing with us in music. You heard? Don't say my motherfucking name or record because you fucking with me. And I'm going to do something to you. I got a trick for you. I know the science. I'm 45 motherfucking years old. I don't sit up playing word games with beats, nigga. I don't do hip hop, but I sell a $50 album. You heard? I know what the fuck I'm doing. I know about sound, tone, and frequency. You heard? So when you dealing with that on a high level and you got crackers fucking with you, these crackers is abandoning these babies. They know they got issues in the streets. So you letting them run around and you're not protecting the interests of them because you know if they die, you're going to get a bankroll. You heard?
That's one of the reasons why they're protecting them.
Yeah. We got to protect them, bro. We got to protect them.
Can I ask something, AA, just to show those who are of the
cutting each other off all night. Go ahead. Yeah.
When me and Blue were of a certain age, it was a God body, right? Who was in the streets. He was outside. His name was Rocket. And we was out here, we was in the streets doing juxes. And he had the audacity to turn around and say, yo, you God. Right?
Yeah.
So when he saw me and my brother, we wasn't teaching at that moment. It wasn't like we was out there selling books. We was on the meow. Right. But what he saw in us, he saw the future in us. And where he was at, he was real enough to look back and be like, yo, you're God. So when I see Pop Smoke and any of these young drillers, I see me when we were teenagers, and I gotta look back and be like, fam, you God. But they like, yo, these brothers is outside, ain't gods, and they on their God shit. They could easily ignore us. But look, they turned around to look at us and be like, yo, you little niggas is gods. Go through your rites of passage. You gonna go through the darkness. That's a given because we have not set up rites of passage in our communities, in our neighborhoods, and they turn in the new rites of passage into like we Mexican or something. They putting little niggas in dresses at 16 now. That's the new rites of passage. We don't have an established rites of passage. We don't have a.
I mean, their rites of passage is you got to drop on to
that
be one
nigga
of us.
stupid. He said they giving us quinceañeras. You's a funny nigga for that. They put us in the draft. Yo, you's a funny nigga for that. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah.
So they're deep. Look, they're demonizing in New York City, of all places, especially because the rise in street culture is affecting the rise in gentrification. It's affecting the rise in the rent prices. It's affecting the rise in the quote unquote picture of New York City being home for the uber rich. You got the drillers, you got the uber rich living next to each other now.
Right.
All of in the post-Tekashi New York City, everything is federal. They got the hip hop police is doing a movie with 50. I seen Derek at Poop Man's funeral. I seen the head of the hip hop police at Poop Man's funeral. When he saw me, he looked like he's seen a ghost.
Right.
That's a fact. He's doing a movie with 50. So the hip hop police done got record deals and movie deals. Who took over? The Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Right. And I'm gonna tell you something, the feds already know who killed this boy. Because this is, I'm gonna give you some game right now. I'm gonna give you the game. I'm gonna give you some game. I'm gonna give everybody that's listening some game. If you think that you can get away with a crime and you got a phone on you or a device on you,
it's impossible.
You are sadly mistaken. And if you're in a vehicle that has Wi-Fi, you are sadly mistaken. So there is nothing. It is simply a keystroke. For the feds is not the police. The feds are an investigative body. So it's very simple for them to localize and triangulate down to square feet what devices were in an area and what devices were doing interesting things on or about the time of the crime. And now I'm gonna tell you something. This may very well, and this ain't, nigga, we ain't detectives. This ain't First 48. I'm not here to do all of that sucker shit, right?
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. I'm talking about prevention, right? Again, not uncommon in the ghetto. When you got $2, I don't give a fuck who you is, there's some niggas that you know this for a fact that you ain't supposed to be in the house by yourself, you heard? Especially if this nigga think you got something. This nigga will kill you in your house, bro. You know this. We seen this. They got niggas that got killed for their polo. You heard?
For their polo.
Up on the hill. They got niggas that got killed for their low. You heard? It's niggas running around with that nigga low on. Listen, it's niggas. God rest in peace. God bless the dead Kev Webb. Nigga beat his man, killed him in the crib, beat this nigga to death with a baseball bat for $200,000. I know niggas around my way. Listen, niggas cut your joint off, put it in your mouth, acting like they don't know you. You heard? You heard? And it be somebody you know. You heard? So I be like this. Why you think? Listen, why you think that nobody in the hip hop world really be wanting to help people, bro? Why you think they don't be wanting to help street niggas? Because if
I can answer all this, man. I can answer all this, man.
Yeah.
I got something I want to add to this, man. Okay.
Please go ahead, kid. Go ahead.
You know, so going back, I gotta bring it full circle because the whole thought is deals with what you said. You provoked a whole lot of thought, right? And it all starts at home. The values of our people and the demonizing of our culture would not be successful if motherfuckers had proper home training, man. And listen, there was a time in this country where whole families lived on the farm, man.
That's a fact.
Grandpa, mama, uncle, auntie, and uncle so-and-so were in the other wing of the fucking house. Okay? So they have slowly dismantled the family, the core structure of the culture because there was no manipulating it. There would be no record sales if parents could tell their kids, nigga, you ain't listening to that shit.
That's right.
It's garbage. You ain't spending money on that shit. So listen, man. The chisel, it's a game. that they spend on our people every 20 years. And if you ain't paying attention to that spend, then the game is being played on you. The same thing they do successfully is gentrify. They did in New York first. Then they did it in Washington, D.C., and it went, and then it scattered all over the country. They're still running that program. The greatest thought is, side note, that this is still depriving the land of its natural inhabitants. That's where it starts.
That's right.
And they can't let us grow out of that, period. Secondly, to bring it back, we can't just criticize the culture. There's planetary motion for all this decay. You know, the disrespect, the blatant disrespect of authority and elders is told by the converge of Pluto in Capricorn, and every time Saturn runs through it, while Pluto is in Capricorn, or makes an aspect to it, or make an aspect to it. So because they have culminated, and to add to how they're killing our people, if you get on the internet, they've been killing people in bigger number during the 80s and 70s than they have in the last 10 years.
Wow.
The police numbers were great. So I'm not trying to take nobody's side, because the first thing we need to learn how to do is fight, as far as I'm concerned. You see? But because you don't know how to fight this technology, how to fight. If they send 100 drones in, like in that fucking movie where they sent drones to kill these niggas, you know what I'm saying? And it's I forget the name of this movie. It just came out, but at any rate, the first time, you get opportunity to really look at this situation, you see it happening a long time ago. You see what I'm saying? What I mean is, the games that they play on our people, they do Reaganomics and cocaine and crack cocaine killed the community. That was a shock. You see? And all this materialism, is to control the land. So, because if we all woke up yesterday, we'd all be petitioning the courts for our land. And they're not giving it back. So, that takes us off all the way to a whole nother thought, right? So, I'm just trying to maintain the core cause of all this shit, because just telling our people to wake up to it without seeing any or providing any change for the core family value is going to continue to decay. We be if y'all saw that movie. I mean, really, that's it.
Now that right there is a big segue to get into the psychotropic aspect of regarding the psychology underpinning children's behavior. So I'm gonna give you a very interesting narrative, Pop Smoke. A lot of y'all, I got the live stream on the Instagram too. There was viral video of this young man that was going around. He was walking around and was obviously in a wrong neighborhood with the wrong beat. And the little niggas asked him if he was the blood or some or Crip, and he was acting like he was, and then they was acting like they was, and then they flipped on him. You heard? And then they started slapping the shit out of him. You heard? Telling him up. And it was equivalent of jumping him, but somebody was filming it, right? So this created a very traumatic experience, and there was humiliation. And the kid that they was humiliating was Pop Smoke. You heard?
Yeah.
The humiliated was Pop Smoke. Now,
yeah.
The young man, God bless the dead, both of them now passed away. One of them died in the video. Lil Kiki, the police shot him. You heard? Up on Eastern Parkway, right?
Yeah, police shot him.
So now, what I've seen this before. I've seen this theme before. You can turn a mouse into a mother with trauma. You heard? You put these young people in these situations with you bring out this thing of humiliation. And if you listen to the music, when we was growing up, One for All, Brand Nubian, and I nicknamed my DJ the President. You heard? I came in the door. I said it before. Now this new music is, I want your bitch. Send me your ass. I'm coming to kill your ass. Fuck all y'all fucking kids. We gonna kill everybody. That's the new the behavior, right? So science in the universe, and there's no, oh my God, this shit really fuck with me because this kid is old enough to be our son. These young people are supposed to have God in them. They're supposed to have elders, older sisters and brothers. We want the big homie with the gun to be around them. They're supposed to have elder sisters as well to give them advice. They're supposed to have unity to tap into, and where they don't get weirded out for their behavior. And this is what the thing about harm prevention is. You heard? So Weezus is fucked up. I'm not finna be wasting my time going to tell the world that we can eradicate evil with a blog talk show. You heard? We do have this though. We have prevention. You heard? We can address some shit before it happens. You know what I'm saying? And the way to do that is to start instructing these kids that they are valuable. You heard? So now back to this mother and father thing. Why do you think the kids is outside psychotropically participating in drugs? Because the drugs is offering the dopamine receptors that you were supposed to get hugs. When your mama and them and your daddy give you 8 hugs a day and they tell you, I love you, come here, let me see your work. Let me see what you're doing. Let me take you out here. We have to do martial arts, athleticizing you, taking you to go shoot fucking squirrel, getting you accustomed to killing game, shit like that. Like RASHID Farm, where everybody in African civilization and African cultures, you have your greatest vocation. Your vocation is what you're going to do for the rest of your life. You have to be trained and initiated just to prepare for us to eat. You have to be spiritually militarized in order food. Do you understand what I just said? That's your job.
Yeah.
Now the young people don't got no jobs. You ask the little nigga what is you? They can't tell you nothing. You heard? He can't tell you nothing. They tell you they are bang bang boom brrr, that's them. You heard? Because it's so stupid ass shit, right? And I'm gonna tell you what it is. It's what you call it. These young people put these hard shells on. And I grew up in the penitentiary with the toughest, worst niggas in the world. Them niggas with the hard shells is protecting something soft on the inside, bro. You heard? They protecting something inside and all of that exterior of the niggas with grill face, ice grill nigga. That nigga is a sweetie pie. You heard? That nigga's protecting something that's sacred that he never got nurtured in a from years of trauma, living, and this is the mind fuck. We don't got no place to say this. Can nobody tell me that I'm wrong for saying this? We don't got no place to go to say. Did you just see that? Did you just see that everybody shitted on me today? That everybody racially profiled me today? Everybody got scared, stupid asshole crossed the street on me, holding a purse. Every day. Then you open up your mouth and you try to sound articulate, and then here goes a nigga telling you sound white, or like you sound like a blade or a lizard. Like this. You can't be smart. You can't read books. You heard? You can't even say nothing about. I dare you to say something about an abusive bitch. Let her abusive bitch be on you. Bitches is beating niggas up. Y'all don't talk about that. You heard? Ain't no Me Too for that. You heard? It's some niggas getting washed up. Y'all know this. You heard? Getting the shit slapped out of them. Moved around on them. Ain't nobody there to talk about that. So why you think the kids don't want to do, why you think the new shit is don't nobody even want to be a nigga? Niggas like this, it's easier just to be a lame, bro. You heard?
Yeah.
Why you think that culture is? Because I feel sorry. Every time I get killed, I feel sorry for the little girls. You know why? Because this shit is the most for them for fucking with black male psychology. You heard? Do you know how do you know how that shit negatively affected me when I got out of my daughter's presence? I had to fucking cry when she was out here. She asked me, why is there so many black men, specifically a 5-year-old, asking me, why are there so many black men homeless, daddy? You heard?
Yeah.
That shit fucked me up, son. That shit fucked me up. How do you explain that to somebody that you want to have be heir to your throne and have progeny for you, and they already deterred and already have all of these other outlets to go fuck with anything else besides your motherfucking black ass? You heard? So I'm like this. We gotta protect these artists and make these artists accountable. Why Tyler the Creator ain't getting shot? That nigga hanging out with artists, motherfucking graphic designers, web niggas, gamers, you heard? They ain't got no time for that fuckery.
Yeah, Jaden
Who
ain't
gives a
getting
fuck
shot.
who got beef? I don't care about. Listen, son, I don't care who ratting. I don't care who tough. I don't care who just went to the joint, and I don't give a fuck. You heard? I promise you. I want to learn motherfucking astro cosmo physics. You heard? I want Oba to tell me all of the narratives and the stories. You heard? I want to write more books. I want to make a movie. You heard? Black movie too. I want to make a movie. You heard?
Right.
Niggas is crazy. And niggas, yo, I was waiting for the Oscar shit. If you talk about it, they're gonna say you hating. Oh, you full of self-hate. Rashid is full of self-hate. My nigga, the Academy Sciences to lower their standards to accommodate our love and appreciation for slavery. You heard? You got me fucked up. You heard? I don't want to see no motherfucking slave movie or no narrative awarded a motherfucking thing. I wouldn't give a fuck who did a performance in it. It don't deserve no motherfucking award. No slave movie don't deserve no award. You don't award that. You don't make it. You make it and show it to the crackers. You heard? And the social studies teacher. You heard? My fucking narrative. Listen, nigga. My narrative is that I motherfucking spaceship under a diamond mine 250,000 years ago. I made up the white man so that he could dig up diamonds, doing something slick, get to the space machine, and then take over the galaxy. Get the fuck out of here. That's my story. You heard? Me and my whiz. And the kid, the children, you heard? And the little baby, the babies can control the gods. You see, the sister got a book like that. In another world, the children could control the gods, where the people control the gods. That's crazy. Sound like the psychodrama about Africa. You heard? I'm not no motherfucking slave. You heard? I'm the overground railroad, nigga. The what you call railroad? Hello? You heard? And you're playing with the sister, you're playing with that sister legacy. Y'all supposed to be talking about her far more spiritual because she was a spiritualist. Her ideas and concepts was high-end spiritual technology that she had to use the outskirts of Christianity on. But she was dealing with dog stuff. She was a cosmophysicist. She knew where the motherfucking Little Dipper was at. You heard? And this is something that we always look to these stars for redemption. We look to, in the Akkadian and Sumerian writings, we look to Ursa Minor, Ursa Major. We made prayers. We did herbal remedies to rid your stomach of bad energy. We supposed to be all these little brothers. How you prevent another Pop Smoke from dying? You heard? First of all, they got to have an elder around them that don't do the same. You can't be around your customers doing it. You can't smoke crack and sell crack too. That's not going to work if everybody crackheads. You heard? Niggas is running around with a bunch of niggas that ain't. You heard? And you fucking with kids that's addicted to opioids and psychotropic drugs, and they require that just for them to be able to. So how you gonna give them an alternate dialogue? You heard? Why do you think that shit? Why you think they all acting like they militant? All them niggas acting, them niggas gritting their teeth, nigga, from the pills. You heard? They about to go to sleep. Them little niggas want to take naps all day. You heard? My little man, that little nigga crazy. What's that nigga say? I'm gonna crack a whole damn cell. I'm gonna get lazy. Yo, that little nigga crazy. That's my son. He's crazy. You heard? And I don't know if you heard. I'm gonna tell you something. It's a blessing that lean is so expensive, because all you niggas who up all day in everybody business, all think you know everything, you know everybody business, know everything. You need a cup, nigga. You need a double cup. I promise you. You gonna get the best sleep of you ain't never slept like that, nigga. You heard? I swear to God. I'm glad that shit is expensive and out my range. Shit, a good activist, nigga. What happened? Fuck out of here. You heard? Listen,
You know,
preventive harm prevention is being aware.
This whole psychotropic game that they've been playing manifests itself in a cycle, in the same Jupiter-Saturn cycle. And I remember on the show when we were doing it on Blog Talk.
Yeah.
And it was February the 3rd of 2012. And Neptune went into Pisces. And I said to the effect that people can go dig this shit up. I said,
you said drugs
Neptune backwards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can follow Neptune backwards and see how it tells history.
Right.
And then you can see as it moves forward exactly where it was and where it's going. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
The same is man, this is like population control beyond your wildest dream. And you know, like okay, let's put it this way. You know, I look at the web, I explore, I look everywhere, right? So there are people in foreign countries that would not have what we're going through.
Right.
Say that again.
You said what?
There are people in other countries that wouldn't have this shit.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I mean, it's really all I can put in the soup, because we can run with that in a million ways. But you got revolutionary for real, you know, and you got economists for real. Let me tell you something.
Yeah.
How did they get to where they're at, man?
What you say, Lord?
How did the Europeans get to be with? How did this motherfucker claw out of a cave and within any amount of time get to where he is right now?
I know you said that. He said that's a rhetorical question, and I know you know the answer. But I know one thing that we fucked up with when we did this is when we used to sell them. We used to sell them at a very high rate. And what happened? Well, but what you call that? The what's that, Philip? When the what do you call the Melungian Moors? When the Melungian Moors came into power, they kept the standard for their white skin high, bro. They just didn't sell themselves. You heard? They flipped the game on. Look at the African Holocaust. The most high cost black man was the eunuch. You heard? They cut your 12, 11, 13 years old and used to sell you for mad dinars. You heard? You feel me?
Fact.
So we was more sitting up in the Iberian Peninsula selling white bitches, you heard, to Arabs, you heard? Arabs, and then they started having kids, you heard? That was the blade, was the Iberian Peninsula up there having kids, and then them kids, Then the Holy Roman Empire started getting light. It started turning into the Roman Empire. So if you the best history book, one of the best, this is why people must read Machiavelli. He has one of the best histories because he speaks specifically about Africans who was putting work in and violating Europeans. You heard? And he calls them by their African names. You heard? Of Niger. You heard? They had Piscanius, Major, all these names. These wasn't no goddamn crackers. These were instances in time where a slave could become a king if you had prowess. You heard? If you had physical prowess, statecraft, and you was willing to what you call it, participate in warfare, and you was good at it, you could become a king. You feel me? And that's how we lost that shit, bro. And then we is French. There's a whole branch of black people who are colored, considered black, that do without struggle at all, socially or culturally, because they did not have it. You heard? They didn't have it. They are. I know some West Indians that don't even play that slavery shit. They don't even want to talk about that because it's not. They have a historical thing where they got them crackers to fuck from away from them a long time ago. You heard? The Maroons. Then you got parts of Africa where the people are highly spiritually, culturally wealthy. They might be economically depressed, but they look at us as the most culturally suppressed and dumbed down people. No matter how sharp or cute you think we are the bottom of the fucking barrel as far as culture is concerned. You heard? We like a dog that chases his tail. The economy actually runs off of this. Economy functions with African Americans as we act like the oppressor acts like us. You heard? They mind and learned. They learned so much on how to deal with suppressing and destroying subversive situations on the globe, from suppressing the African American strive to exist in the Americas. You heard? With the Jehovah shit and all that. And I'm gonna say this too. Did y'all see that Malcolm X shit?
Yes, indeed.
On Netflix.
Propaganda.
Did you see that? See Pop Smoke
I
video?
love the fact that
Did you see
they
Pop
did it.
Smoke? Hold up. Did you see Pop?
Yeah,
Hold up. Did you see Pop Smoke video with the Malcolm X shit in it and the helicopter in it? Did you see that?
Christopher Walken.
Yes, indeed.
Okay.
With the helicopter crashing and the Malcolm X shit. Yes, sir.
And that's why we can't let nobody play with us with arts and sciences. Don't play with me with my images or my name in no fucking song. We're going to address that. We're going to address that nigga.
Real historians are the artists.
That is a super fact. Because these videos, this art and science is a fucking spell. This is chaos magic, it's black magic. And you have to be, you cannot play with nobody's name and their images and none of that shit. That's off the fucking table, bro.
I'm telling you, I'm to keep doing ourselves a disservice by not dealing with niggas who are not grateful for the graces that we have bestowed upon them. If it wasn't for you and your brother, a lot of these fucking lames, nobody never would have ever heard of them. We got the motherfucking records to prove it. You heard? Time dated and stamped. These niggas was nobodies. You heard? Until niggas put them on these platforms. So why you still not in? Ain't still calling niggas like this? What up, son? Yo, I love y'all. Why? Because they forgot the graces bestowed upon them, and you get killed for that in the history. In history, many instances of death have occurred from people not remembering the grace that was bestowed upon them. You heard? So when you play, you play spiritually with us. I'm telling you, that funny face looking, cock sucking, healthy bitch nigga. You heard? Why? Put both my fingers up his big stupid ass nostrils, hoe ass nigga, playing song games, playing with words in 2020. Nigga, don't play with me in 2020 because the universe listen to you hoes, you hoe ass nigga. So let's talk about dovetailing intentions. I will go into a Catholic church and wish death on you, and I promise you my motherfucking prayer will get answered, bitch. You heard? Because I will dovetail my intentions on any train that goes to spirit. So don't play with me when you fucking with the spiritual clauses of music. Don't try to play like you 50 Cent, nigga. You ain't 50 Cent, nigga. You heard? Yeah. You ain't 50 Cent. And let me tell you something. It be like this. I don't care. It's other people. It's gonna fuck around and hurt you. Because it's people that love us, bro. It's people that love you red. It's people love you blue. It's people love you Raku. That they want you to be here for your babies. And they will do anything to facilitate to make sure that you still here. And I dare nigga play with us. You heard? I dare nigga play with us. I promise you. And I'm not trying to be tough. I'm not trying to talk tough. I'm not no gangster. A gangster means organized crime. You heard? But I'm going to tell you something. I ain't 45 for a reason. I know what the fuck I'm 45 for. Don't scare me, nigga. You heard? Don't scare me. Do not make me afraid of you. You heard? I'm a scary ass nigga, man. You heard? For real. I did that dime. I don't have not one cut or stab on my body, bro. You heard? I move with rush. You heard? I move with rush. And we are able to preemptively, we can see what's gonna happen. We can take the pulse of what's gonna happen before it happens. And this is one of the preventive measures. That's why we still here. You heard? We listen to our
terminology. That's exactly the a terminology I'm gonna use from now on to describe the cycle, the life cycle, and the life rhythm that we all experience. Because really, all it is a pulse.
It's a pulse.
Right. 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 And that young man ain't dead. That young man is still here. And it's very important that we turn his grief into praise, because don't nobody know that he, listen, we love you, Pop Smoke. You heard? You're a king and a Messiah. You're a king and a Messiah. And I'm going to tell you something. I feel fucking sorry for the motherfuckers that did that to you, because they fucked their whole life up. And I'm going to tell you how they fucked their life up. I've been on the planet long enough to know this. 3 people can keep a secret when 2 of them is dead. You heard? Do you know you cannot put no work in these streets? These niggas got little bitches on them. Your little bitch is always wondering where you at, and some of these niggas leak they shit because the new culture is to tell everybody on the internet what's on your mind and tell everybody where you at. When I was little in the penitentiary, the old timer pulled me to the side because I had told this cracker, I said, I'm gonna write your ass up, right? And when I did that, the crackers put me in a goddamn blender, nigga. They was clipping me, and the old timer said, that's what you get for telling the cracker and the devil what you gonna do. You don't broadcast your intentions. And I never did that shit again. You don't tell nothing that is potentially stronger than you what you finna do to it. You heard? So you don't broadcast your intentions. You feel me? So when does that become prevalent? When is this new thing? It's the lack and the absence again of what Raku said about the parental shit. You know this. You learn this from your parents. You learn how to communicate for your mother and father. Your mother tell you when to turn up. Your father tell you when to shut up. You know that, right? Your mama teach you how to fight. Your father teach you how to be diplomatic. You heard?
Yeah.
He teach you how to be diplomatic. But he does have the final say. It's the smackdown. You heard? But can't nobody turn up like your moms. You heard? Mama flip on everybody and then don't give a fuck later and then be like this. I felt that way. Now fuck that. You heard? What's up? What's happening? Yeah. You get over it. You know what I mean? Yeah. You still my baby, whatever. You heard?
That's what I love you.
Out of here. You see? So that shit be missing from the community. These little brothers is out there by themselves, man. Ain't nobody there advocating for them. You're not supposed to be in no more. Yo, God bless the dead. This is my words tell you this narrative. This is a fact. Ice Pick, God bless the dead. When Ice Pick was alive, Ice Pick used to come out here. Ice Pick introduced me to what you call. I seen Drake nigga like 6 years ago when we was on the lot, that Paramount lot, like this. It was that one day. It was confusing and the shit was crazy. It was J. Cole, Jadakiss, Mary J. Blige, and Drake. And it was like 3 different lots all at the same time, right? And every time Pick came out here, we go on missions for like A&R stuff. We went to go see the dudes that made the Cake song for Rihanna, 1 and 2. They from Chicago. And I never forget, we went to this white woman crib who had an elaborate crib where she would just let producers, and they had this white girl who was about to be like a Iggy Azalea named Porcelain that was going to be popping, and they was making music up there. And in the area around where we was at, we had to go through them hills, all through that shit in Hollywood. You know what I'm talking about, Paulie? All through there, right? That stupid shit like by Runyon all over there, by the Mondrian and all that shit. And I never forget, Ice Pick said,
narrow ass hills,
Narrow Hills. He said, this is where the souls get sold. He said, this is where the reptiles live. I didn't ask him what the fuck he was talking about. I just kept that shit right there like that. You heard?
Yeah.
He said, don't ever get caught up here. You heard? This is where the souls get sold. This is where the reptiles is at.
Look, they have an article that was in a Los Angeles paper in the early 1900s, and they said that they have found reptilian catacombs in the Hollywood Hills. So I had already seen the news, the backstory to how this shit plays out. You feel me? And then I found eyewitness accounts. Then I've been up there on my own. You know what I'm saying? Then I explicitly warned about that shit. So, you know.
Oh, they have a culture out here where they're jump points. They got bridges that if you jump off and die, you go to another dimension. Let them tell it. Yeah. This shit ain't no joke. California ain't no joke.
This shit
California ain't no motherfucking joke.
They got pockets and portals.
Can you tell me this though?
Yeah.
And maybe AKHU could have a cosmological answer for it as well. There's been a lot of death in the city of Los Angeles lately. You know, there have been a lot of giants, a lot of stars have fallen in LA over the past few years. Is there something going on, you know, in like spiritually out there?
Oh, yeah. Ooh. I can show you the cycle of it easily. You know, when the United States as a nation, as a corporation started, they had Pluto in Capricorn.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, just listen now. I don't want you to miss this. Yeah. This is so right and exact. It's disgusting. Now, we know that the United States is a Cancer.
Yes, it's fine Cancer.
Okay, the sun was in tropical Cancer. This is be right and exact, right? Okay. Conjunct the dog star too. Okay, now, so the sun, where the sun rises, that's east. In the west, opposing that, in the United States birth chart, Pluto is at 28 degrees of Capricorn. Now understand this too. That they're getting ready to have a Pluto return. Okay. First one ever in history.
Really?
What?
That's one. That's the first layer. Okay, I'm not done. So now, Pluto is a transformation of authority. It's a breakdown of the governing structure, is what it means. According to our observance of it cyclically. That's what it always meant. That's what it always concurs with, right? So you have now, you have to look at the whole chart for Capricorn though. If you understand what I'm saying, not just the sign of Capricorn. You have to look at the houses of Capricorn to see how this shit is affecting this country. Because if you take that and put that chart, you wrap it around the globe as the planets were, as they shined on the earth. Literally. Then you will see Pluto is in the west.
In the west.
Of the United States.
Yo.
So here it goes. As the prophet was in the west.
This shit is the great design Masonically, bro.
It affects the West Coast.
That's right.
And LA is the western part of the Western Hemisphere. It is.
And what's the capital? What's the capital of California? What's the original capital? What ain't it Sacramento?
Sacramento.
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 It's
Yeah.
a sacrament. Some gotta die. Some gotta die. And that Day of the Dead, I've never seen no other place in the whole world do Day of the Dead like they do. Am I lying, Paulie? Out
That
here?
should be lit.
It be lit. You wanna die.
It's
Nigga wanna
so
die out
fucking.
here.
It's so culturally aesthetic.
Yeah.
It's the beauty of death. It's where you. What did I say when I went to LA? I said, "Y'all want to die here."
I promise.
I went to Griffith. I got on top of that hill and I overlooked LA.
Yeah.
And you have a tendency to think that you can morph your soul. I mean, the shit crazy. You be like, yo, this is a perfect place to die.
And there's a living, listen, let me tell you this. Now you got some niggas that's walking around dead too out here. I never seen so many niggas come to LA to go crazy. Right. I seen a nigga today that looked like he just turned crazy like 2-3 days ago. You heard?
New crazy.
Like new crazy. That NC. You heard?
Yeah.
For real. Nigga. And the new, and I ain't never seen no shit like this in my life. You ain't never seen no, bring back the crackheads, nigga. I love crackheads and dope fiends. You do not want no meth addicts in New York.
Oh, hell no. I already know.
Bro. Bad bro.
We got
you have no idea. Bro, you have no idea. You ain't never seen, I seen the nigga smoke meth in a lotus stance, surrounded in a shrine like he was a motherfucking meth smoking Buddha, my nigga. You heard? Right there in front of everybody. This nigga was counting matches and shit like that, sorting lighters, nigga. You heard? Washing his socks and motherfucking Sprite soda. You laughing, Paulie? No.
Nah,
Niggas the white boy go get a whole thing of Johnson's & Johnson's baby powder, put it on the ground, and be dancing all night on top of that shit. Wow. Slide on that shit like this to the next day, boy. To the next day. You heard?
Yeah, we don't got that in New York.
You don't want it. You don't want it.
It's crazy out there.
They shaking cups to New York like this shit is going out of style. Nigga, I got on the bus the other day. Yeah. I put my card in the thing. I'm walking on the bus. A young nigga too. He stopped me and was like, yo, you got anything for the car?
Nah, that ain't nothing.
On the bus though. I never seen a nigga panhandle on a New York bus.
You ain't been at I'm saying you ain't been to LA. LA's next level.
Oh nah.
The back of that bus
is lit.
Nah. That makes sense. And RAHKHU told me this. You know why I'm lit, RAHKHU, out here? It's because you told me this. You said I have to work here. I did the most work that I ever do here. Ever. Here, I did the most work that I did here. The only time I did work like this was the penitentiary. You heard? I wrote all these fucking books out here. When I was in New York City, my Jupiter is in New York City. That's why I did all that fucking time. That 10 years, I could get an abundance of bullshit. I get an abundance of good shit, bad shit, all that. You heard? Without even trying in New York. But here, all the things that's good come to me when I do work for it because my Saturn line is here. You heard?
Yeah.
You heard? And he told me that. And I know when brand activation, people listen. Tomorrow I'm going to pick up Batman Mafia. The nigga told me my box is ready at 3:00. Bing.
I know.
Then the dog food box is coming. Bing. Then the horse box coming. Bing. Then the part 4, the dog food part 4. Bing. then all this shit lit out here. You heard?
Mhm.
When I be in New York, I go to New York, fucking with Ashraf. I be sitting up there getting fat. You heard? Sitting up, eating all the roadies and shit, and all sitting up, eating oxtails, drinking all type of, for real. Now I'm back, nigga. I'm
That's
back.
fried chicken from the AKHU up the block. But look, could it be the fact that Los Angeles, right? Not only is it surrounded by mountains, like people don't, I don't think people stress that enough to those who've never been there. Understand
in a bowl.
Surrounding, huh?
It's in a bowl.
Yeah, but they don't know that. Based off of what people see, they see.
They don't.
They don't know this bitch is completely surrounded by mountains.
Yeah.
Then when you go to Las Vegas, what they call in the desert, but it's in this desert where treasures are being created out of thin air, right? And then when you do the research and they inform you that Las Vegas is actually the bottom of an ocean, you like, wow. So not only do the kings go to these places, this valley that's surrounded by mountains to die, right? But at the bottom of an ocean in Las Vegas is where people also go. That's where kings also. That's the furthest west as well.
Yeah,
but that's the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah,
That's what at the bottom of the ocean is where the richest sediment is, and it's also where the treasures accumulate in the actual ocean. At the bottom of the ocean is the richest. So the fact that Las Vegas was built up out of nothing by recently too, they built that up in the middle of the desert and made it an actual, a beyond a cash cow. You know what I'm talking about? Did you see that new stadium?
No, I didn't see it.
The Raiders.
The bottom.
Wow.
And to answer the question earlier about the Europeans and the how did they accumulate their wealth, I can't give you all the specifics, but for the purpose of just sharing the information with the family, the majority of the wealth came from them being narcos.
My man, thank you for saying that. Cocaine saved the world. Niggas talking about they want reparations.
Wait, hold on.
We been had them. Fuck out of here.
Before the cocaina though, before the coca bean, because remember the coca bean and the cocaine is a more step down version of the ultimate bird that they were selling. And that was
I can't wait to go to Costa Rica and chew some leaves. I'm getting high as a motherfucker out there. Watch.
That was African bodies, right? And then that was quote unquote indigenous and Indian bodies. They actually created the system of capitalism that has been perfected in the United States of America, which leads the world through that system of capitalism that isn't prevalent other places. The credit system, insurance, capitalism, being able to give somebody promissory notes or being able to give somebody a promise to pay for an actual product, that was perfected by them moving bodies, right? And then they created something called the capitalized womb. In 1808, they passed a law banning the shipment of Africans, right, from the continent. That was a trade that was going on, but it was so costly, it was so risky. More people who were on the quote unquote slave ships died that were part of the crew than actual, some of the slaves. So they said we're gonna close that off for the purpose of, remember, these were poor people. These Europeans that were here were on loan. Remember, the big homie is the UK.
Yeah.
They sent some of their undesirables forward into an unknown land to do the crash dummy, the little homie work. And then the little homie work when the little homies got into this land and started reporting back that the crops and everything could get these people who were still poor, right? In the UK, in Europe, and other places, they were still struggling. They were going through famine. They were going through illiteracy. They were being subjected by Rome. When they got the native people in the Americas to start giving free labor, And you remember, they started the concept. They were utilizing human trafficking, but sex trafficking, because the fetish was the little children, and they were receiving that, and they were paying top dollar for that. And the way that they were utilizing money back in the days was not dollar bills. They were using something called species, which was gold. You know what I'm talking about? So they were able to get credit. That's what this credit system that we currently are under got developed and perfected. Insurance, Aetna in Connecticut was the first ones that were insuring human bodies, and they were able to draw from that insurance and get money. All of these people, all of that, they call them the planters. They're not slave masters, they're planters. They were here trying to jug.
Now what do that's the historical good looking for that. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
That's you know, we metaphysicians, Red. Let's go into this now. Blue, Raku, let's go into this. What is, and I set it off like this. What is the pilgrim's role? The pilgrim is, this is what it took me years to realize this.
Mm-hmm.
God wanted to negate the worst part of himself. You heard?
Mm-hmm.
And in doing so, manifested the means by which to do so in the genus and the species dynamic of the Caucasoid. You heard?
Mm-hmm.
And he is a leukocyte. You heard? He is the evidence of disease. And we live in an entropic universe. Entropy is what runs the gambit in change, in decay. He is the scab, my nigga, on a wound. You heard?
Of course.
And that scab is fucking uncomfortable, bro. You heard? And it sits there and it mars the look and the original texture and the integrity of the skin, but it's there as a healing purpose. You heard? And all scabs fall off, Jack. You heard? So I remember this, that people used to be mocking, you know, when niggas think they get enough wisdom, they want to question the wisdom of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And back in the day, the nation used to always give a set date for when the devil used to disappear, when the devil would no longer be here, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I know this to be a fact, that there's several due dates for the end of dispensations. You heard? And there's a collective conglomerate of beginnings as well. You heard? So I'm like this. This pilgrim is a small minutia in the grand scheme. If we were to count the yuga, this dark ass yuga, we ain't even really deep off into the 550,000 plus year station that it says that we will be in darkness. You heard? So I embrace. I tell you this world is perfect, brother.
Oh,
this world is fucking perfect. Yeah. This shit is perfect. And no man can break a law. Only thing you can do is fuck with rules. You heard? But natural law is impossible to break. If you approach it, it will break you. You heard? For real. It'll demonstrate on you that it will break. So we bemoan the presence of this white boy. But I learned this nuance, language. We are manifesting white supremacy in the language construct that we provide to describe our interactions with them. I learned how to master crackers as a prisoner. I learned how to master crackers. And then when I learned how to master that cracker, niggas wasn't no longer my issue. You heard? Because I'm not finna let no nigga who's trying to be more oppressive than a cracker but really can't be my enemy. I chose to no longer give that white man no platform for acknowledgement. I make them go out of their way to make me have to acknowledge them. Because I seen them kill you. You be sitting up grinning, showing them crackers all your teeth in the penitentiary. Acting like Mr. What's the name? Sergeant and them is all cool. Them crackers kill you. They will beat you to death. I heard grown-ass men screaming for their mamas. You heard? Crackers stomping your guts out. You heard? Killing niggas for Jeffing, sitting up, grinning in their face and all that. When I was in the box, I used to they'll write down everything you do in the box. And when I was in the box, I used to despise the free lunch. I show them crackers that you can't control me with chicken on Sunday. I used to tell them, you eat the chicken. I don't eat that. You heard? And don't even get up off my bed. You heard? You can have it and read the Bible. I ain't even reading the Bible. I'm hungry as a motherfucker. I swear to you. I swear to you. I gotta go eat a grit sandwich in the box. That's why these niggas on it. They can't nigga tell me nothing about survival, nigga. I done ate grit sandwiches in the box, nigga. Fuck you mean? A grit sandwich and loved it, that shit, nigga. Oatmeal with no sugar for years. Cocksuckers. You heard? You don't let them crackers show you that you can be controlled by shit like that. And once you do that, it's no longer an issue of class no more. Humans are they follow what has been predisposed to them to tell them they hierarchical role. I tell the cracker the hierarchical role. You see me around white folks. We ain't racist. We fucks with white folks. They be in the whip with us, you heard? But we ain't sitting up finna be playing no Miss Daisy games with them. We not finna be pushing them off. You understand me? You heard? You understand me? We set the tone.
The first body that I seen get caught, I was 14, and somebody got pushed on the tracks.
Yeah.
You know, and it was like, for my psychology though, you know, to know that they die just like anybody else do. You feel me? That shit kind of takes the spookism out of it. And then we grew up playing cops and robbers, literally. Like every day would be about outwitting them.
Yeah.
That you know, that alleviates that subservience that you especially see when you get to the penitentiary, how niggas being in faith, but that's an extension from them being coached. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because them young men through athletics, they get up underneath them, either through the church or through the field, through the athletics. They get underneath that fathering energy that they provide, and them niggas put them under their deodorant. So when they see a nigga in a white shirt, the first thing what they do, they talk about sports. That's the break ice with them niggas. And then them niggas throw them niggas right up under their deodorant, and when they leave, the niggas go back to trying to be tough in the unit. You know what I'm saying? Like, fuck out of here. Yeah.
Yeah.
But, you know, if the white shirt need to know something, the niggas gonna tell it. That's the value. So, you know, like Raku was saying, it comes back down to this parenting issue.
Home training.
The home training. And, you know, these young men have sprung from a soil that we tilled in the 90s. You know what I'm saying? This is products of that. You know, and they working off of the, you know what I'm saying, off the example of the sample that was left by 50 Cent, who was primarily traumatized by that 90s experience.
Yeah.
So by proxy of his example is what they living off of. You know what I'm saying? Bad example at that, because his shit didn't end so well. They forget that part of the story.
Yeah. Yeah, it's that trauma. And then, you know, it's the reoccurring thing. These young people are all participating in the hero's journey. You know, when you start rebelling at a certain age, that's why I'll be like, brothers, if the brothers listening, man, if you can, keep your family, man. You know what I'm saying? Don't fuck around and be playing that shit. Don't let that shit go, because I'm gonna tell you something, man. You lose them kids, 13, 14, 15, them ain't your kids no more, nigga. Them kids, they serving the hero's journey. They testing the waters, bro. You heard?
Yeah.
They testing the waters, man. They take, and they want to participate in the active experience. So this is the purpose of ritual and initiation, is to almost trick you into getting the feel and the sentimentality biologically that you have accomplished something and that you don't have to revisit that. That's why they socialized us when we was little. I remember y'all niggas used to always be scrapping. Y'all niggas shoot 5 like once a week. Y'all too. You heard? I remember I stopped trying to break y'all fights up. You heard? Because y'all niggas would just jump me. You heard? And I'll be like this. No, get the fuck out of here. Just let y'all do y'all shit. You heard? And you remember that after you feel that feeling, that like this, it's a camaraderie. You feel me?
Yeah.
So biologically, we should have been socialized in a way where we received our rites of passage on or about the same time. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
Like this, you know, and it's unfortunate, bro. I promise you, shout out to my man, like my man Wayne. Me and Wayne go from St. James between Gates and Green. I seen Wayne in Spofford. I seen Wayne in Washington. I seen Wayne in Green. I seen Wayne in Clinton, Dannemora. You heard? Wayne ain't never coming home. You heard? And the rites of passage was, you know, niggas was just what you call it. Well, I see you, Rob. I see you, Brandon.
Rob, what site can I get? What site can I get that on?
You can order it from Wiz. You can go to Instagram at Marie Rousseau.
Put it in the link, Paulie.
Yeah.
I like how you got that shit right there, the little socket to your pocket message. Cash App. Yeah. $ Filth Moreland. $ Blue Pillar 44. $ S Prince 111.
Yeah. You got a Cash App, Raku?
Yeah, where Raku shit at?
$ Cosmo 361.
All right, I got you.
Legend. Sockets to these pocket trees. Let me tell you, all this free game. Ain't nothing free shit. This shit will curse you, huh, Red? Tell them. You know how long we've been doing this gospel? You heard? You understand, Paulie, you remember when nobody wanted to be conscious? You remember when you be on the visit floor, fat mouthing about the universe? You know what I mean? They like these niggas think they know everything.
Like crazy.
Yeah. Come on.
Dudes on the visitor floor looking at us like we bonkers. Like, what these niggas talking about?
Yo, you remember that time, Brad? We went to we was G'ing and we went to the Million Man March at the same day when they did it in the city. Nigga went boosting, then went to the Million Man March right after that shit. You heard?
Yeah.
Like this. Boom. And we went boosting with the Illuminati book. You remember that Illuminati? 2012 to 2000. You remember that shit, son?
Yeah. Let me share something with you that you might not realize, but I was building with Duke the God last night. Duke the God from the Dipset, the legend.
Yeah.
Wait, 1 second. You said what's the Cash App is Cosmo?
It's the same as my name right there on the screen.
Cosmo 361. All right.
Cosmo 361.
So I was like, we were talking about woke, the whole woke thing.
Yeah.
And if you really think about it, niggas was woke in like 96 because I was like, when you look at what woke is now, I said, oh, I get it. I can understand because we was woke in like 96 because we was going.
We was woke. Listen. We was woke when Eddie Murphy first came on Arsenio Hall, nigga, in 86. What happened? We was woke. We was woke. Look, Billy. I know what you're talking about. I spoke to Bill the other day.
Bill
is a legend. Bill is the first person we ever seen say y'all niggas is crazy. And he was crazy than everybody saying y'all niggas is crazy running these streets. I'm about to read this book. That nigga was reading Chancellor Williams, John Henry Clark.
He was a super cool.
That nigga was about to go down there and be Dr. York and all that. You remember that?
Yeah, he had them scrolls. That nigga was on them scrolls hard.
He was a goon. He was a goon in the streets at that time. Like, you understand, he was a super street legend. Flipper-dipperless.
Yeah. For real. Yo, you know what's
I'm just saying, think about it.
Paul, don't let him get away with this. Back in the day, how Red used to be looking at us when we talking that shit. He'd be like, okay, whatever.
I was looking at it crazy.
Now you the most
up here, running with all this free game.
I was ready to.
You be like, whatever. Listen, I need this money, man. I'll call you back.
That's right. I was picturing that bag, you dig?
That's a fact.
But I always was giving y'all the benefit of the doubt because I was a woke nigga.
I was giving us the benefit of the doubt.
I was woke, and y'all started becoming conscious. That's what was happening. We was all woke, niggas, and we all remember Farrakhan was like, that was required listening to. Everybody had scrolls every now and then.
Yeah, we had the
VHS tapes where niggas was smoking weed and being mad scared. Yo, turn it off. That nigga said Illuminati. Yo, close the shades. Remember that? Niggas would be in the crack house listening to Illuminati VHS tapes. Everybody
my son and them did that. You know, that drove one of the homies crazy. The nigga watched that shit and they smoked it to dust. Yeah. Nigga still mad at this nigga. Had my son smoking dust watching that shit. That shit turned my man out. For real.
Yeah. He ain't come back.
Never.
So
talk about all. Oh man.
We used to watch Faces of Death. We used to watch all of these videos. And then we would watch. Remember, that was the days when you would buy 20 DVDs.
Yo, this is off the subject. You remember that nigga? You remember that nigga had 100 Bout It VCR tapes that they stole Masterpiece shit? Niggas was running around with Masterpiece tapes. Yo, I had so many Masterpiece tapes fucking with y'all niggas. You remember when we had all of them motherfucking CDs of everything that was out? Like, you remember that time they didn't buy music? Niggas used to sell music?
I wrote a bar. I said the Lizzie bag looked like we got Lizzo in it. I go to Frank. I go to Philly. I'm like Lizzo in it. Huh?
Oh, that's a bar.
No, serious. When we would go to Sam Goody, we would fill the bag up with so many CDs, my nigga, that you was dragging the Lizzie bag out, and the shit was like 4 feet tall. Big birthday bag.
Yeah. Easy.
Remember, because the top 10 show and Sam Goody, Poop Man would just go like this. And everything on the Lizzie bag.
Yeah.
And they was paying how much for a CD? How much was the fence paying for a CD?
$20 is some crazy.
$20.
Yeah, and you remember the bank rolls? Them Indian niggas with the Sikh Indian niggas used to pull out they pocket for them CK ones. Yeah. He'd be like, give me all $45. Give me all $100 for a double pop.
They pulling out a Richard Millie. Yeah, they had a Richard Millie in their pocket.
Bricks. That's the consciousness shit. Niggas need yo.
No, that is conscious.
That ain't. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. You crazy. You crazy.
And again, that soil is what young men like the one that we talking out, they sprung forth from. So, like you said, this is our children. Brooklyn. This is the culture.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? That we tilled that soil. We picked the rakes up, you know what I'm saying, and we tilled the soil, and it's a tradition. You leave the soil, you leave the rakes for the next ones to come behind you. So this young man was tilling the soil, he got very fly, you know what I'm saying? He put on for the town, he put on for the city. And this is just the latest iteration of what the shit looks like and what it sounds like. And we also have to be, acknowledging the fact that this was a synthesis that was long coming that had came, that synthesis of that Caribbean sound with the UK shit, with the drill shit.
Yeah.
Brooklyn hip hop, it has the ability to finally adopt that universal sound, that Afro beat with that feel, with the Caribbean ethos of the dancehall rhythm, with that New York swag that's gonna pull everything from the country and all of its regions. You know what I'm saying? Right. So it's something very serious. When I saw Pop Smoke, when I saw Fivio, when I seen these young boys coming out of the 90s in those areas and those regions, but
that's
also
my son. Blow, blow. That nigga said. He said, big drip. That's my
big
son.
Drip.
I mean, put something out there.
It represented something a long time coming, that we seen that Brooklyn had the promise, but it never showed up. Special Ed couldn't make the layup, you know what I'm saying? Busta Rhymes never made the fullness of it. But we always knew that if somebody could merge that sound coming out of Brooklyn, it was gonna be a problem. This man was destined to be a problem in this game. Because I'm telling you, I listen to the music. I fucks with the music. I'm not on pills, and you know, I don't resonate with that particular message, but his energy, and if you listen to the sounds in his music, I'm like, nah, son just needed a chance. You feel me?
Yeah.
I was gonna veggie back off of, you know, this landscape that we see in Brooklyn, and the landscape for that matter that we've seen in New York post diplomats, because we, you know, when I was building with Duke the God last night, I was telling him, I'm like, look, everything post diplomat is affiliated. All of the music coming out of New York that pop post Dipset, because the Dipset brought in that affiliation thing, and everything has been affiliated ever since. All of the waves are attached to the street culture. You know what I mean? And in particular, those two groups, because it's not loose like that. You know, it's about those major groups, those major organizations, or those organs. And New York is a melting pot of many different people, regardless of what anybody may whatever rejection they may have. Oh, that, you know, New York is a conglomerate. So some of the hottest artists that have popped off are not people who you would think would pop off. You have a Mexican who was out here popping. You have a Dominican girl, Cardi B, from the BX, who's out here popping, affiliated. You got a Mexican who Mexican who basically, if Brooklyn drill is drilling right now, that nigga put the plug in the drill.
You talking about Tekashi?
Yeah, Tekashi.
Shout out to my man Bat, man.
Shout out to Bat.
Free Bat,
yeah,
man. Free Bat.
Yeah, definitely.
Bat got the most time with that case. You heard? Bat is a legend. You know Bat. We been yo, Raku, you would love Bat.
Yeah, it's a good nigga. And he a Scorpio, yeah.
Word is gone. Bat be right there with us. We be talking all this high end, super duper shit. Bat be sitting there like that niggas. Talk that shit, talk that shit out. That's right. Yo. Then that nigga go outside, all you hear like this, wild cool.
But wait till he come home.
You know that shit.
But wait till he come.
Boom, bam, boom, bam. My son is crazy. Yeah. For real. Word up. And Bat be with us in Caribbean City.
The ill part about that. Yeah, the ill part about that is he'll come home and he'll be just the same way that I was saying that y'all was crazy. He'll come home and y'all be able to build on a higher level.
Yeah.
You know? So going back to what I was saying, we had Stack Bundles.
Listen. Look, who? Stack Bundles? Go ahead. You talking about Stack Bundles?
No, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say this is.
I'm just talking about the waves.
Oh, listen, this is what I remember with Bat. Bat got a tattoo. And that tattoo says something very deep. Say, if I fall, pick me up. If I hesitate, push me. If I betray you, kill me. You heard? As instructions for dealing with him. As her. That's all I wanted to say. Free my man. For real.
No, that's real shit. Yeah.
Real.
But Pop Smoke gave me, Pop Smoke and Stack Bundles are giving me a lot of similar energy. The trajectory that they both had, the appeal that they both had, the crossover appeal, the fact that they had one foot in the door and they was about to go in. The way that they shot up. And you know, the streets, you know, the streets is co-signed. They stamped. They was official, even with chinks and whatnot. You know, there's something in the city that's preventing certain people from becoming the legends that they're destined to be. Remember remember what happened to Chris. Remember what happened to B.I. Young man, a very young man.
What happened to Big L? We've seen this one before.
So this is like a lot of post Biggie stuff going on.
Chris was 25.
Chris was 25.
You know, so when Chris dies in a solar eclipse, new moon with the Hale-Bopp comet passing over
in the west,
it clearly said. I was listening to his lecture the other day. He said the remote viewers said about the Hale-Bopp comet, it had something big trailing it. Something big was behind the Hale-Bopp comet. That's what the Heaven's Gate had clipped themselves. 39 of them clipped themselves to catch the Hale-Bopp comet, to catch the ship that was behind it. It ended up being what they was looking for, was the black hole in the center of the universe, the Sagittarius A. I've always told people, I'm like, yo, Big is connected to that black hole. I don't care what nobody say. You feel me? These niggas is cosmological events, bro.
Hell, see, I love when we talk like this. This that metaphysical dark matter.
Yeah, that's right. So if Big, whose name is Christopher, who was born on a Sunday, who came up dealing with that Catholicism, you know what I'm saying, introduced the Jesus piece into the pantheon. You talking about somebody who had messianic force, who in a 3-year run cemented himself as the king of New York. It's very precarious for anybody to try to assume that throne. That's like trying to pick up Thor's hammer. You can't do it. Look at the people who have attempted and tried. So anyone who positions themselves in the elevator, it's a celestial throne. He died the king of New York. That's a duke. That's a title. His shit reigns supreme. You dig what I'm saying? Yeah. And when someone tries to assume, Christopher Walken, when someone tries to assume that throne, they always end up in a very weird position. You feel me? No one can occupy that throne. So when I see the connections and the correlations, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, that's very interesting. You know what I'm saying? But Big was a celestial event. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you know, death is a throne. Death is a throne, and the reason why Asar is associated to death and when he's in the color black in resurrection is because that word is a reoccurring term throughout the phonetic imprint of the biblical Hebrew narrative. If this is a secret to all those listening, if you were to restore every time you see the term Asar into the text, it would generate a whole different dialogue and narrative construct. Asar appears in the text as an indicator for the completion of a task. You heard? And that throne, even the concept of throne mysticism, when you get into numerology of mystical narrative numerology, 8 is important because it rests on a throne of 7. You heard? Mm-hmm. But the recapitulation to get to the number 10 is something that if you ask an African, how do you say a number? How you say the number 7? They'll say 5 and then whatever the name for 2 is. You heard? Mm-hmm. Because they count in increments of what is apparent. They 5 and 5, so 10. Asar, that's why I named the baby Ashira. Ashira is the same cognate, perfection, and it means 10. So when you if you call a woman a dime, you heard? She's a dime, you heard? That's how you say 10 in the Hebrew. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So then this is interesting. The Asr prayer, when you make Salat, the Asr prayer is very important in the station of the sky where the sun is at, and in that prayer, I want to say this. Correct me if I'm wrong, Raku. I think that's a silent prayer. You heard? I think the rakats is silent. You heard?
Which one?
Asar. I think it's 4 rakats.
Yeah, it's silent, and it's 4 rakats, right?
Right. So that means that is veneration to that which is perfect. And I want, and
you know the word Asar. Yeah. Asar means pressure, really. It means pressure. And to squeeze the grapes is usuri.
Right.
Okay, so it's the same thing. It's squeezing, right? Right. Now, you know that Haran and Arabia was colonized by the Egyptians when in the reign of the king that had Asar with the wheat and the grapes.
Yeah.
And there goes the great press. and asura. But it's really the process of evolution. You are pressured like a diamond. You know, you go from one form to the next to all this pressure.
Right.
You see, in asura. You know, you just got done talking about asura. So I thought you had made that connection. I made the connection.
Right. Hell yeah. This is when we into this think tank. You heard? This is the stuff that come out of it. I appreciate that every time I talk to you, because you got a command of the Arabic. You heard? That's good and meaningful. I be telling people there's a big secret in the Arabia. It's the segues. The most important languages to me is Espanol, Latin, and Arabic. You heard? You heard? And ones that we can grasp. You know what I mean? Them shits is far more, and French, of course, for the lingua franca, for the fact that that's when. You know what's interesting? I found out that Frantz Fanon is the one that made up majority, 85 to 90% of all of that fucking revolutionary rhetoric that they use with the Muslims, the Islamic State, and all of that shit. All that shit come word for word from out of Wretched of the Earth. You heard? And then when you look at all of those dictators, they all got to go to Europe to get trained. You heard? Once they go to France and all that, and sit up in them schools and they get mind fucked with the words. You heard? Then they go back over there with the dialectics, and then they start separating their country. Everybody studied in France. You heard? Pol Pot, all of them. You feel me? All of them. For real.
That's really deep. You would say that, man. You know, I look at what was the point I want to make. Okay, when I want to finish up on this psychotropic thing here, because you made mention of the fact that how they take our children through the minds of our children and they seek to indoctrinate the children. Well, this is the same method, this exact same tactic that they use to make you think that all the niggas over here came on slave ship.
Right.
Because what it was is, in order to get into their society that they grew on our soil, we had to be educated. So whatever the people at home knew, they didn't know what they were teaching in the school. And most of them were only concerned that you finished in school. And that you so you got even help at home. Part of being woke is being aware too. Where I wanted to go at was y'all was talking about that woke back in '96. You know, there's a sign for being awake. There's a sign that talks about you being sleeping, a sign that talks about laughing, a sign that talks about fucking, a sign that talks about quarrel. You did? So what do you think the sign of being woke was?
Scorpio.
That's not the sign of being awake.
I'm just gonna say that anyway because I'm a Scorpio, motherfucker. I'm like this. Like this.
Okay, but anyway, no, dead serious. If Pisces is being asleep, Aquarius is being awake.
Okay.
Because it's shocking, it's jolting, it is knowledge. The key word for it is enlightenment.
Right.
And it is a sign that diametrically opposes the spirit of the sun, which is Leo. So that by it is like the God and creation. It is like autonomy and freedom. These things go hand in hand by natural law that you can't break, right? So when Uranus was in Aquarius, check back and see what year that was. By the way, all of y'all, I believe, have Uranus in Scorpio. And therefore, you were the Scorpios who are going to use Uranus thing to blow the fuck up, to blow some shit up. Uranus things is a computer. You see? So when you think about that, you're going to ask yourself, what about you, what you do ain't Aquarian? You know? Aquarius by nature has the sign of working at home in the 6th place. He has the sign of Cancer in the 6th place. So all Aquarians and Aquarius risings want in their heart of hearts to work from the home. It's really
that's what simple. I got.
Yeah, I know. I know. Where you work at, God? Where you work at?
In the Birmingham. blood, right here. For real.
Right at home. So, you know, shit is crazy like that. This is really that simple, too. Right? So, being woke, like going back to being woke, you know, when Neptune, the planet of drugs, was in Aquarius, they were putting together the template for the laboratory-made drug.
Oh.
And then when Uranus moved into Pisces, the drug, the pills became popular. Before that, these things were in Scorpio, right? And you got the crack era there. You also got sexual disease for the generation that was born with Neptune there. They know, you know, so therefore we got AIDS. And y'all, you know, every Neptune was somewhere, everywhere. Always, it doesn't go away. So they use that to follow the trail. We can use Uranus, Neptune, to follow the trail of the psychosis. Because Neptune doesn't just rule drugs. It rules spirituality. It rules religion. It rules vibration, period. The principle of vibratory frequency. And thus, everything that comes from that, the imagination, your beliefs, your trust, the ability to detect rhythm is a Pisces thing. Okay? Pisces is asleep, Aquarius is being woke, man. So when you understand how the dynamic of this motion, we so embody it, and it embodies us. Like I had a comment with my student the other day. He said, yeah, God, we out here hurling these universal energies. So I showed him my grandmother's birth chart. And I said, look at the 11th house, because that represents the 4th child. And that would be my mother. And if you look 5 houses from that, that would be the 1st child of her 4th child, according to my grandmother's birth chart. And it describes me to death because I am my mother's 1st child. My mother was the 4th child. It describes me to death. So then it even describes the nigga who's building my act. Crazy. So, but my grandmother's birth chart is from 1926. Okay. So my life is being written out, played out in her birth chart series before I even got here. Before I even got here. See, so
you a legend.
Listen,
that's the
April 18th, 1926. Okay, you're the Sagittarius rising. Okay, so if you go to the 5th house of the 11th house, you'll end up at the 3rd house. We have Jupiter, which is philosophy, learning, and scholarship, right? And Mars is there, right? And Uranus is there. And Aquarius is there, which is the sign of Aquarius. So I've been doing this shit my whole life. And I just noticed it in my grandmother's chart like about 6 or 7 years ago. You see? But I've been doing astrology way longer than that. Aquarius is a sign of astrology. Just by itself, Jupiter and Aquarius says broadcasting on the internet. There's not an astrologer on the planet that has 1% of an argument for that delineation for Jupiter in Aquarius. That is broadcasting on the internet like the paint on my walls is yellowish. Okay, so you understand that? So now that's in my grandmother's chart. Now, really, is the universe hurling me along? Or am I hurling it? I chose to study astrology. Yeah. I did that. I turned this shit off. But my grandmother's chart said I would.
Wow.
Look at this. So listen, do I really choose? And I guarantee you, if you bring me your mama's chart, your brother's chart, your grandmother's chart, I can read your ass. You see? Because everything is an interconnected, never unconnected system.
Right.
You dig? Yeah. You know, there's some religions that believe here on earth is all these religious mythologies. When they're talking about dying and going to heaven, they're talking about dying in the spiritual realm and coming here to this earth. You dig? Like, this is where all consciousness and all the atoms in the universe find their pinnacle. Right here in this concentration of everything else that's out there.
Welcome to the
in this concentration, you know, this closure or that closure or this closure. You understand? And concentrate, the universe concentrates into core reality. And I just wanted to dispense of the idea that I subscribe to the idea that this world is not the spiritual realm. No, because if that's the case, I can chop your head off. I can kill 1 million babies. And then I'm going to the spiritual realm when I'm done. Fuck y'all. You dig?
Come on.
But I can't do that and go without carrying some of that nasty ass energy. That shit's gonna live on. You see what I'm saying? So right here is where the spirit does all this shit at.
Ha.
It does all this shit right here. This is where the spirit of God, the spirit of life, the spirit of rebellion, the spirit of intelligence, the spirit of whatever exists at right here.
Right.
You see? Yeah. So and I'm gonna give you one more demonstration so that there's no argument because observers that may be saying in their mind, I think this and I think that. Love is the most spiritual thing you can do right here.
Right. Ha.
And you ain't showing no love looking at a nigga bleeding on the sidewalk and not helping him, saying, damn.
Come on.
Okay?
Come on.
So and I don't give a fuck how much you feel sympathy in your imagination for this nigga. You dig what I'm saying? Because in actuality, love takes form. I'm gonna call this nigga 911 at least and do that. You dig? I'm gonna wrap my shirt around this nigga's leg so he can stop bleeding all over the sidewalk. You know, that's love, right? Now, so if that is so, the only reality here is love, then, because you know this tangible shit is atomically structured. It's all illusion. If you can strip down to the size of an atom, we can just walk through all this shit, man. Get that out the way, just, you know, step through, right? So if all of that is illusory, it is very real when I hit you in the face or in the mouth with a baseball bat.
Right.
You did. It is very real. And when I run it to the fucking infirmary with a machine gun and just light everything up in that motherfucking tail, this is just an illusion. Okay? You dig what I'm saying? They're going to feel that shit to the core of their experience, and it will form a ripple through the spirit of humanity. And after I'm dead, even because there's a new law, a new safeguards to make that shit. Listen. When you talk about the spiritual realm, yeah, nigga, and it's on a figure 8. When you come here, you gotta die spiritually to vindicate this. You see? And then this seeks to die from the moment of your inception is dying. This is where things are dying simultaneously, right? Lord is 2 east and 2 west. And then you can see how when you're dead, then you're supposed to come back around if you're a reincarnation, as I am. So this is where I go with it, right? So it yearns to live. The spirit yearns to live forever. The form seeks to die from its inception. And it's a forever going figure 8. Right. That the Hindus and the Sanatana Dharma doctrine called the wheel of karma. Okay? So I don't know. I don't fucking know. So don't think just because I accept the idea of reincarnation that something can't be introduced to me tomorrow to blow that shit out of the water, because I study every day. You understand? So when I think about that shit, like, you know how astrology got me so fucked up at religion? that when somebody says something happened, I'd be like, yeah, do you have the date for that shit?
Right.
So I can look at the chart for that shit.
Right.
You get it?
Right.
That's how I am so far gone because it tells my reality. As long as I've been tracking it, it never happened.
Yo, the word day in Hebrew come from what you call it. The word that we got for Dios, for God, and all that shit goes back to the word knowledge. God, the term for day has a deep connection linguistically to the term for God and knowledge. The term knowledge, Odu. When you get an Odu or reading from Oba or Raku, you participate in the African spirituality. They giving you the only type of knowledge that is in existence. The only thing that can be knowledge is when it comes from another initiated human person. You heard? That's the true meaning of knowledge.
You know,
When you see
like,
it's a spiritual term.
Let me accept something like that. Do you know that Aquarius, the sign we talk about, that I was talking about earlier, is the sign for initiation, for enlightenment, and knowledge. So you just put that all into it. Initiate knowledge is still from that.
That's my whole shit. As Aquarius rising, as Aquarius rising, I was taught this. We look at lineages of progression. So when I'm sitting here with red and blue, I'm sitting with people that's authenticated by elders. You heard? That I seen the elders sit around us and say that we could do what we're doing. You heard? So a lot of people now, these niggas just went and acquired facts. They didn't get a third party or nobody like a Ra Aku or Phil Valentine or Dr. Blair and all of them to even entertain your existence. You heard? Now the internet, they force feeding us a new nigga. It's a new nigga teaching right now. Doctor this, doctor that. Tomorrow, minister this, minister bitch. You heard? Brother hoe cakes and all these motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? For real. Minister bitch ass nigga. You heard? All these niggas. Huh. So it's always an honor to be with you, Rock. I could just shut up and let you teach. I'm finna I'm finna shut the fuck up and let you just go ahead, man. Cause every time we talk, I get something out from this. You heard? For real.
Well, the thing is, I started experimenting with my grandmother's chart because I wanted to see about my mother. Certainly, my grandmother's chart talks about her daughter. You see? But then just by playing with it, I said, well, let's see. If it shows the daughter, let's see if this astrological ruling works. You see? I put that into the test. And I challenge anybody on the planet to do what I did with their own grandmother's chart. And tell me that the keyword for that sign don't describe the fuck out of you.
Right.
Yeah. So because I do it for people online anyway. When I'm reading them up, sister, you understand? Show them gives indication. And so it puts me in the mind frame that all this shit here is all prearranged. That shit really is paradigm killing.
Yo, Raku, wasn't I talking some real slick shit when I said the 12 cranial nerves got
something
to do with the things?
I know. Get that. We can. How to make that connection. So anybody can do it if they put their research forward. They put their research forward. All right. There are 12 signs of the zodiac. Each one of them describe a certain mental faculty, a certain mental function, and those things that belong to the realm of that mental faculty.
Right.
Okay. In the world. So following those laws. See, I lost myself.
Totally. cranial nerves, the
the
delineation.
Which parts of the cranial nerve, what faculty does this nerve regulate? Right. What faculty does this nerve regulate? Just like there's a certain sleeping. That's why people say, I can't Pisces. Nigga, you're a Pisces. No, I'm not. I was born in July. I don't give a fuck. You had Pisces. Pisces is a part of your constituency. You just had the sun in one side, you had the ascendant in another one. But there's somewhere in that chart where you are and do everything a Pisces does, depending on what you are. All Scorpios have it in the 5th place. So Scorpio is the sign of mystery breaking, and it is in adolescence that the 5th house describes. We have Pisces, the sign of mystery, religion, spirituality, in the place of pride and in the place of adolescence. So which one of y'all wasn't an adolescent when you got enlightened? When you can't, you did? So
It's all of us.
All of us.
Yeah,
listen,
all
man,
of us.
some people get it before teenage years, though. Some people get it at the age of 7. Some people don't get it to 25. Y'all know that.
They don't never tell nobody this, that these niggas' names was Knowledge and Wise. I thought you was gonna say that earlier, Blue, when you was talking about homie that told y'all was God. I used to write that. That was your tag name.
Yeah, no, my name was Wisdom.
My name was Wisdom.
Yeah.
My name was Felony. Yeah.
Felony.
Your name was Knowledge, nigga. You a funny nigga. This nigga went right to the hood on us. Look. That nigga said my name was Felony, nigga. My name was Felony, nigga. That's my son.
Let me just tell you this.
Yeah, Wisdom was my first name.
Yeah, it was though.
Yeah.
That's my daughter.
So you know, man, that's crazy because my daughter's name means wisdom. My daughter's name is Saia.
Saia, yeah.
Okay.
Beautiful.
And I was doing the research on The Color Purple, and Oprah's character's name was Sophia, Wisdom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I wanted to mention this here too, man. Like you talked about how the Moors, we sold them off to the Arabs and shit like that. You know, the Punic War.
Oh.
It was where it really took center stage.
That's right.
Yeah.
So, and you gotta understand that was the battle for the Mediterranean, but it started way before then because them niggas had to build themselves up to being a military force, even for the Punic Wars that have happened and to be called war.
That's a fact. That's a paradigm shifting war right there. That war was a paradigm shifting war.
Like, look, also, do you know that the invasion of Constantinople concurs with the first year of the age of Aquarius? 1453. See, if you notice, that is where everything started becoming economic. See, it was economy before that, but there was no push for global, for invasion. You see, because we could live together and do trade. These motherfuckers is mad that we left them in the mountains for all them years.
Rob, cool. What is the number 430 or 43 in cycles? What will have that cycle?
The number you're looking for is 432 or any multiple of it, and that frequency on the sound level, it's really a geometric constant.
Okay.
Jupiter takes 12 years to go around the zodiac. That's 12 revolutions. 12 times 360 is 4,320. And that root cosmic, any number 9, anything that reduces to 9 is going to have is a geometric constant. So it manifests Fibonacci-larily.
Right, like 144.
You dig? Everything, man, that is resonating. Like I told my girl, I said, the only time you find things that don't have a golden ratio are those things that are not made by the creator, the universe.
Now, can I say this in front of y'all?
Huh?
Can I say this in front of y'all? I want to say this in front of y'all. My man told me it was too early. When I was in Philly, shout out to Black and Nobel, to Hakeem. He says too early to talk about. Hawk ain't even let me finish what I was saying, and then he kind of taught me about the magnitude of what's going on with the Kobe Bryant thing, because I stopped watching basketball when Michael Jordan stopped playing, so I don't keep up with games. You know what I'm saying? And then I was spending like the only time a nigga watched basketball, the last time I enjoyed a series was when I was in Chawanga, the penitentiary with the lifers, watching that Paul Pierce shit with the Spurs or one of them, the teams with the black, whatever, with Paul Pierce and them, and they was getting it in. And I really stopped fucking with the basketball shit. So I said this when I seen the post, I seen Kobe concur with the feat that homie did. He 33. The number was, am I correct, Paul? Was it 33,644? Correct?
Yes, it was.
So now, when I seen them numbers, I'm saying this to y'all. I'm saying this to y'all, and I'm saying this, and I love Kobe Bryant, because to me, Kobe Bryant is the epitome of black athletic excellence, and he's from Philly. He's a good dude, and he's a winner. You heard?
Right.
Right? So what I want to say is this, that the universe listens to competition. You heard? And that the universe have an ear, but it don't have the same gray matter that you got that deals with emotion. The universe can hear competition. And when it hears competition, it hears the collective nuance construct of a collective body of people. You can be negatively affected by people by being in the same egregoric mind field. It's almost like we all have a piece of some like ectoplasmic shit coming out of our top of our head, our crown, and it's all connected to other people. So if you get mad and I get mad, say I start using invectives and start calling you niggas names, we all have this same beast or this entity above us. You heard?
Yeah.
And it's the egregore. I spoke about this in my very first lecture. That is the collective psychology of any group of people in a building, or who are
organization,
who are organized or initiated in something. We share the ectoplasm of thought. You heard? We connected in that a technosphere of biology. You heard? 100th monkey theory, so to speak. So when you start executing the task of placing numbers to your definition, the universe listens to the number. You heard? And these numbers appear in sequences. The first place, and I'll tell everybody this because this is some shit one of my sheikhs, Saladin, told me this a long time ago. Teach the people the number, the shell of what it is, but don't always emphasize people to chase the number because you make somebody go crazy. And I felt the insanity of studying all night. I felt that shit before, of studying all night in prison, and I'm looking for every definition of a random fucking number. I might be looking for the number 216 for 2 fucking days, bro. And every text and then everything. So I look at, I'm telling my students, I tell people who listen, look at the pi sequence and you find where numbers fall within that natural selection of divinatory sequences that never deviates on no calculator. No calculator can deviate from the sequence. Now, each culture have different forms of pi now. You heard? Various cultures have different forms of pi. Now we about to be on Pi Day coming up, March 3/14, and pi is so ill that you can even, when you write out the word pi, if you look at it backwards, it looks like the number. You heard? That's how ill that shit is. You heard? So pi, when you look at the sequence, and you could go, and there's search engines where you could go look up, and you'll find a very significant and propitious placement for the numbers, a series of sevens. I told you this, Paulie, for 33644, right? So now I see the 33, a prevalent number, that 233 or 2033. If this was the numeric catalyst of Pop Smoke dying, you heard? Mashallah. We need to examine the role of numbers as it plays into our semantic values of what we believe and how we think. We only have a 150-year reading legacy. We have been inundated with a series of words that we have not yet done the numerology to see the valence, the frequency, or its meaning in the narratives that we inherited them from. 50% of the words we use are actually ecclesiastic terms, bro. They deal with a biblical narrative. You speak in spirit. You speak in spirit. English sounds stupid. It sounds like you're trying to put a spell on somebody all the time. You got to lower your voice. You got to sound like this so it don't sound like you yelling. You heard? If you from New York and you go out of town and sound like you trying to explain something deep, these motherfucking feather foot ass niggas, they cut their ears off. You heard? They be like this, oh, this nigga yelling. Oh, I know this nigga from New York. This nigga yelling. You heard? Look, they don't understand that we get it how we live, nigga. Get real cold around the way. Sometimes you gotta say shit a certain kind of way. And then we all was taught by Jews and Italians. You heard?
Right.
In school. Bada bing. You understand? So a lot of our nuances, a lot of our phraseologies are encoded into spiritual doctrines that the esoteric and the occult schools teach us about. So this is why I tell people, you join the builders of the Addington. Get down with the, what you call it, the Red House. You heard? Go fuck with and read all the Golden Dawn literature. I tell people the best book on that shit is Tabitha and Cicero shit in self-initiation to the Golden Dawn system, and then also Israel Regarde's joint on the Golden Dawn. That shit is you don't need a lot of shit dealing with Western esotericism. That shit is all cookie cut. You heard? But it's to teach you how to use your English. Your English, when you go to work, a lot of us squander our English at the workplace because we talk too much at the coffee table, sitting up talking to these ignorant motherfuckers, always trying to teach somebody. You heard? We undo ourselves at work. English, you're supposed to put everybody in game with English.
Everybody.
You heard? And that's the really, I really don't feel comfortable all the time speaking on these computers. And I think that the best way of teaching is back into the lecture hall, because it's too much game to be given up on these platforms, where the real game is to be given up in the lecture hall. Because if you come to see us in a lecture physically, back in the day, you the best and the brightest. You remember that, right. Paulie? Remember that, Phil? Right. When people used to pull up. I remember we bought Reverend Valentine, and a motherfucking white boy pulled up on a motherfucking motorcycle and went into the lecture with a notebook and a pen and a pad. You remember we was all in there like this. What the fuck? You heard? Do we got to jump on him? He was in there taking notes. I would give a fuck if he was the police. He was in there asking questions and all like a student. You remember that shit?
Yeah.
You remember that? So now everybody getting this free game. Nah, bro. This cosmos and this shit is made, and it's going to teach you something. The nuances that you get in the semantic values, the most deepest shit I ever learned from esotericism. And I think it was in the Israel Regardé book. If you read the forward, he has a whole piece just speaking on semantic value. Your magic don't. So you know how you, like, when I do, I might do a emotional semantic ritual to capture the energy of what I remember my mother for, right? So if I make an altar and somebody come around my altar and somebody put some weed or beer or alcohol near my mother's shit, I know to get that shit the fuck away from there because my mother did not get high. You heard? Mm-hmm. So that is a semantic value. So the universe heard that. I ain't got to tell you that. I ain't got to explain that to no motherfucking body. The universe has ears and is deaf at the same time. The universe has eyes and is blind like Stevie Wonder. You heard? It's a sentimentality. You heard? that it relays and it transcends and sends that shit to the active principles in the universe that make the shit come on the light code transmission with your cosmic time sequence. If they say you gonna die on this day, I wouldn't give a fuck, nigga. You gonna die on that day, nigga. But you know what? You gonna die as the nigga that you is, with the books that you read, the people that you spoke to, the experiences that you had, and you got an opportunity because you're gonna die the same day with the rest of them people. All them people that I bet you there's something that everybody had on them planes and they chart on 9/11. You heard? I bet you. But they all could have been different people. Am I correct, Raku? You heard? Yeah. So the universe listens. So when the universe was somebody that's named King James, and y'all all, and I'm gonna tell you, the talent skill in basketball has reduced. If you go watch a game from back in the day where Magic Johnson and them was playing, and when Michael Jordan is playing, the kids now playing is garbage to me. You heard? They really not. It's not exciting. The best games is March Madness for the college. The kids playing for their life. You heard? Basketball is corny. So now with the advent of the internet and the video games, they got niggas you using the semantic term King James and then associating it to this boy who got this number on him, 23. The axis of the planet, you switch it 3-2 or some other shit. You heard? For real. So I'm like this. Is them little beeps meaning people socking into our pocket? Does that mean that? The beep. You heard? That's what it means when you watch the bitches on the porno shit. On the porno shit, bling, bling. I was like this. Am I talking that shit? I'm talking some good skeeter. Every time I say something, the shit going bling, bling, bling. Yeah. Look, so I'm telling you something.
Yeah, that cash
when the universe, I hope they sock into my pocket, man, like a rocket. Because listen, I'm about to give you some shit, man. Listen, the universe can hear the numbers and the words that you took and you beat somebody's record in another city that they was raised in. Now, Philadelphia is a magical place. I do not want no nigga to wish me no bad luck in Philly. Because the nigga's standing on about 4 levels of graveyards. You heard? And the most masonically catacombed up city in the motherfucking world is Philly. You heard? Philly is the most beautiful place in the world because you can see trouble come to you before it even arrives. You have no excuse, you heard, to low key, fall victim to these dealing with poverty. So I never felt, and you know how niggas be feeling anxiety in certain cities, you heard, or certain locations. That's how you feel in the concrete of New York, you heard. Go to some parts of the Bronx, nigga, Simpson over there. You start feeling like the Joker, you heard. Like that, like crazy, nigga. You understand? Philly, you don't feel that. It's so much ancestral energy over there. So when you say that you took somebody, you beat somebody, you put that out in the ether, nuance like, and people embrace it and they speak to the universal mind collectively, then the gears and the mechanics of the cosmos, they start unfolding. The universe listens to competition. So why you think the Mayans used to play basketball, but the winner had to die, bro? And these niggas used to be playing hard to win. They knew something about something. They was just like the hell bop niggas. They knew something about death that niggas that the living don't know about life. You heard? It's just a doorway. You feel me? Kobe though, Kobe may have not known it. We may not have known it, but the universe shows us that it will put you through. And I seen this with my teacher, Zoriel. Shout out to everybody from Belize. My teacher's from Belize. One of my earliest teachers, Zoriel. Zoriel is responsible for many of the Rastafarian churches that's in prisons. They got prisoners that's in jails that if you are Rastafarian and you didn't notice, you could open up the church in your jail and be the minister there. A lot of brothers wasn't executing and using they religious right. So he was one of the people that every place he go, he established the church. But he's a master Kabbalist. He don't believe in none of that shit. His shit is deep on a whole nother level. And this is what you get when you got a Rastafarian church. You the only niggas in the state of New York that could burn frankincense and myrrh in jail. You can't fuck with Jamaicans that taps into their spirituality in there, in the Jews, and the Jews do the outside encampment in jail. It's parts of the day where they make them niggas sit in a tent like they really doing their religious shit. America's great, bro. You heard? And the gangsters, they get to wear gold chains and Timberlands and do life in jail. You know, the world is perfect. You feel me? So I'm gonna tell you something. He taught me something about the whirlwind. Wherever they need you, they bring you. Wherever you need it, the whirlwind will take you once you do certain type of work. Watch your vocation. If you're in a vocation full of competition, watch your vocation. Your vocation will kill you. You heard? I won't give a fuck how y'all think I'm trying to sound. Not y'all. I'm saying the listeners. I ain't saying LeBron James killed him. I ain't saying you killed him. I ain't saying none of that. I said the universe listens to your competitions, my nigga.
No,
you heard?
Yeah.
And I don't want to be in, and this is why we don't want to be in competition.
I want to say something too about Kobe Bryant's death, man. Cause we ain't get a chance to go in on that. But I got something that'll break your heart, man. You know how perfect the math is, right?
Yeah.
Watch. Here goes a simple demonstration. There is a system of predictive astrology for converting your astrological chart into a clock. It's so popular, it ain't nothing for me to say. It is 1 degree equals 1 year.
Okay.
And a degree is composed of minutes, of 60 minutes, which are sub-degrees.
Okay.
Okay, when Kobe Bryant was born, Pluto, the planet of death, was 41 degrees and 26 minutes of arc apart. Now, when you turn that into days, he is just 2 days beyond how old he should have been when they conjuncted perfectly according to that rule. So any astrologer who would have said that if we use that method, we gave the date 2 days before he died. Those two planets just conjuncted recently in hold your breath ago time. So therefore, and if you look at his chart, they want to say he's a Cancer Capricorn rising because that makes him look like a rapist. That chart yields a rapist. So them Europeans project that chart. But if you put Capricorn as the ascendant on his date of birth, that makes the marker even 24 to 26 days off. Just that much of time, 14 hours it took for Capricorn to rise after Cancer the day he was born. Okay? So therefore, that would have happened 7 months ago. You see? In one measure, it would have been 7 months. In another measure, it would have been 24 to 26 days. So when you compute exactly how many days old he was, in terms of degrees, in terms of solar degrees, I'm not talking about calendar day. How many degrees old he was, and he was just 2 degrees beyond that motherfucker. According to that measure, 1 year equals one degree. So you see that? That's how do you now what? Saturn is the planet of folly. Period. Keyword for fall is fucking Capricorn and Saturn. Okay? And a keyword for Capricorn and Saturn is folly. And Pluto is death. Did he not fall to his death?
Fell to his death, yeah.
Word is bond.
Yeah. Now, wait. It rules his house of children and his house of marriage, the 7th house. But the 7th house is the second child. The planet of death was there. The ruler of his 5th house of children was there. The planet of death was there in the face of his second child. If we use the same method that I used to look at myself and my grandmother's chart. The seventh house is the second. So she died with him in the fall with her father. Fall, death is Pluto. Fall is Capricorn and Saturn. Pluto and Saturn conjunct, and then they die in the fall together. So you are you with me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I ain't got the bombs and shit, but
not yet. So look, you gotta understand how perfect all of this is happening mode.
All perfect.
It's all perfect. Nigga, this shit is all perfect. Because I guarantee you, no matter how right or wrong it is, the charts say that it happened. And therefore, since the chart is a chart of the past, but since it all works mathematically perfectly, we can look at a chart for the future. Especially because we can see birth charts that come true to the letter. Like Malcolm X having in his chart that his partner would die in a fire.
That's crazy.
And she died 30, huh?
So I want to say this. I think that the technology to perform, because I feel like shit is accelerating, King. You heard? And I feel like my imagination is broadening in this conversation as you speak. The technology for the time machine is really not that difficult to manufacture if they find some happy medium in physics to associate this celestial clock that never stops running to an ability to project one's, if not physicalness, the ideation of one's existence into the future. Because you said that your birth was predicted in your people's chart. That is fucking amazing to me. You heard? And it not only predicts your birth, it predicts your vocation.
Right.
So
yeah.
If that's the case, shit, we can low-key kind of like project a theme into the future, you heard? Precisely to a location where we want it to be manifested, and all we got to do is like do just the rudiments to walk it down, and it'll happen. Is that some real shit I'm talking?
Yeah, I think so. Do you? Okay, watch. I'm gonna show you where they already do it daily.
Okay.
The whole process of becoming a citizen in the United States of America is a magi mind fuck, step by step.
Okay.
Even when you walk into the courtroom.
Okay.
From the time you're born. You got to know that you know there's a certain, who are the ecclesiasts? These niggas are all, these ecclesiastical motherfuckers all came out of the age of King Tut's father, Akhenaten and shit. You know, that's where they peaked at, right? You got to see where the Chaldean order of the planets according to their speed shows the astrological spell that they enact with you and what energies they're using to enact it. I've said this shit more than once on Know the Legends. You, not necessarily when you was on this show. Okay, so Mercury and the moon is the fastest. And that is your mother. You do know basic astrology to that degree, right? The moon is the mother, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the next fastest planet is Mercury, which is words and language, right?
Right.
It is also a name. It's
88.
also your name. It's your signature.
Oh.
Then you got Venus, which is your tastes. You know, your sensual nature, your benefits, your money, eating, providing, using economy. All right? It's legal too. Legal. Okay. Then you have the sun, which is autonomy, sovereignty. After the sun, in speed through the zodiac is the catch. You have Mars, where Mars is the police that enforce the Jupiter, the law, and there's a penalty, Saturn. You understand? So when you walk into the courtroom, when you're born, they come to your mother, Moon, to get a signature, Mercury, of a legal nature to contract you for your motherfucking sovereignty. And they enforce their contract with the law and the police. Do you understand me? To deceive you, to deprive you of your freedom. Uranus is next. Deprive you, Saturn, of your freedom, Uranus. Unbeknownst to you, Neptune, for the rest of your natural life, Pluto.
Damn. What a ball man. Hold on.
I got something.
Okay, those are the steps they take. So when you go to court, the Moon, they want your address, the Moon, they want your name for the record, you dig? And they need you to legally agree to contract away your sovereignty. So when you use UCC law in court, you're telling the judge, whatever this offense is, get it from my trust. That I'll appoint you to be. You're the son there.
Right.
You see? So when you look at the whole, to say, is that far-fetched that they're playing astrological tricks on us? Nigga, when you walk into a drugstore, what has more product? What do they never run out of? Foot medicine and lung medicine. They never run out of that shit. Why? Watch that. You know, in the Northern Hemisphere, Leo and Scorpio rise the longest. So there are more babies born under these two ascendant signs than any other two signs.
Well, everybody be a Scorpio rising.
Not everybody, but the majority of people per distribution of time. That there are actually no facts to prove that there are more babies born, no evidence, more babies born in Leo than in Pisces rising, because there could be 10 babies a minute in Pisces and only 2 babies an hour. But if you're just thinking in terms of polarizing an image of what it could potentially be, then you use the average of numbers. Leo in Washington, D.C., Leo takes 151 minutes to ride. Scorpio takes 150 minutes to ride. Pisces takes 72 minutes. But it's because of the speed of the sky, it speeds up and slows down, right? In those signs. So now, if you take and you believe that globally, babies are born every minute, well then, if you can estimate, Pisces only rises for 72 minutes. Leo rises for 151 minutes. Because there are more babies born in Leo than that. We can reason that.
Right.
Okay. But this is the reason why everybody wants to be a fucking star, Leo. Or they want to be sexy as fuck, Pluto. Scorpio. And then the rest of the people come accordingly to percentages. And the most uncommon sign in the zodiac is Pisces.
The most uncommon?
Yeah, because it only rises for 72 minutes. Not long before or after 72 minutes.
That's why nigga always gonna be chasing them motherfuckers, man. You gotta put sneakers on to catch one of them. God damn. They always running.
And look, let me show you how that rhythm right there is the pulse of reality. We use that rhythm as the proportionate cycle for predictive methodology. End of story.
Hold on.
That's right.
I got everybody puffing in this motherfucker now, finally, except for Red Pill. Do you know that, people, they really don't understand how precise the math is. Watch this. If you're born at 0 degrees, let's say you're ascending at 0 degrees, right? then the rate of your chart is different for the nigga who was born with his ascendant, let's say at 12 degrees. So that rate of motion, there's only one that belongs to you though. When somebody comes in and say they're born at a specific time of day, that's supposed to be the start from where we start to measure the tape. If their reality, if he says, yo, I just got into a car accident last Monday. If his Uranus doesn't line up with that accident, or his Saturn, or his Mars, depending on the nature of the accident, right? Then you have to put that planet there. Then you have to backtrack or forward step to catch the reality of his rhythm according to his perception, which is going to match the proportionate distances apart these planets are per period. So if I'm 4 minutes off, I'm going to be 1 day off.
Right. Has that much.
And we know how to correct it. So somebody asked me this question, I want to tell her that we know how to correct it because you're going to say that the succession, that the order of events is correct. You might say, man, everything was 3 days off.
So, Raku.
So I know how to correct that then. You see that? I know how to line that shit up. Wait, I know how to line that shit up. So it really is what time a person says they're born. Because it's not what time you separated from your mother, which is their time of birth. It's what time your blood was oxidized. Now, there are babies who are born pink. They're already oxidized. There are babies that are born gray. They are not oxidized. It's really that simple. So nigga don't come to me saying I was born at this time. I mean, this is what time I started breathing, because who the fuck was checking you for that? All you did now was I got to test the time you give me. That's the starting point for your 361 degree day.
Right.
Yeah.
Listen, I want to say this to my listening students that's listening and people who get game from what I point to, right? I'm telling them that if they have a propitious date that they want to start something, that you got a service and they need to pay you to tell them the day and when to. All they got to do is tell you. It's a one-liner. It's a sheet. What is the shit that you saying you want to do? What is the thing that you boom? And you base off of the person that you talking to. And this is only for people that solve it. Not no nigga that want to wish upon a star. Not no nigga that watch the Jerry Springer and he be chilling in the crib playing a video game ass nigga. Not them. I'm talking about the nigga that's aspiring, getting up to get his ones and twos. What day do we start something? And that can run into the gambit of anything. What day do I start getting busy on this motherfucker that's playing with me?
You see, let me tell you something, Lord. People really don't understand that the earth has a season, a cycle, animals, trees. You understand? That they are not any more separate from the reality than everything else in this reality. The best days of the year, there are 4 good days. I mean, days that you can take it. Let me say this. I don't really like to use the word good or bad. There are 4 days upon which your access to this solution is accelerated.
Okay.
And proof of that is, I called you and told you, man, that what day your spouse would win the lottery. I told Blue when he would have access to a crazy amount of money. This nigga, he just didn't take the money out. All that bullshit.
Swap meet, and I went into my ATM. The receipt said I had 100 racks in my bank account.
Yeah.
This was
That's all
a
fact.
few days after,
Yeah,
and I told it to my brother, so he seen it. It was a few days after Rob
fact.
told me that was going to be a propitious day, and I needed to play the lottery. And he relayed the same message to you a few days later, and you could tell the story.
No, he told me I had a bag on the way, and it came. That's it.
It's a fact.
A
Man,
big bag.
the thing is this, you know, the real crazy thing is this. You can choose not to like or to like life.
Mhm.
Tell it. Come on.
There goes your choice, buddy.
That's right. Yeah, that's it.
Everything you like
Yeah,
is already in place for you to like it.
right.
You didn't bring that shit here with you.
You motherfucking right. That's right. Yeah.
So really, nigga, so I wonder, this is where the dialogue really, the narrative really started, right? If when all those religions say that this is where the soul sojourns to be,
Mhm.
so you don't get to stay here forever. So the soul must sojourn to go to other places.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's what leaves the door open to me for all kinds of speculation. But just to be, you know, as far as I can attest to as a true human being, in my truest human self, right? Don't nobody know what the fuck happened when they're dead. But we know what energy does here.
Yeah.
So there, you know, it gotta be something afterwards. But you see what I'm saying? And
I know what happened when a nigga died. I seen it. I was right there when, God bless the dead, I seen a man take his last breath. And it sound like and I heard the sound that it made. You heard? And it sounds like the word spirit in Arabic and in Hebrew. Ruh. Just like that. You heard?
Mhm.
I heard Ron K breathe his last breath on Fulton in Washington. You heard? From a gun injury. And it sound like that. And you can feel it too. You heard? And I'll never forget that shit in my life. And I'll never forget the color of black blood. Nigga ain't never seen that before. You heard?
yeah, I saw that, dog.
Yeah. Yeah.
I saw a nigga get stabbed in his heart.
Yeah.
He hit the wall and slid down, and he left a puddle of blood that was so burgundy it was like plum purple.
Word is bomb.
Yeah.
That's a different type of thing, boy.
I want a suit made of that color, by the way. I don't give a fuck.
You such a Scorpio. That's right.
Yo, I want a look, I want the hat, the shirt, the tie, the coat, my socks, my drawers, my pants, all to be the exact same color
Fact.
as that shit.
You a cold legend.
You did. Kill it, man. That shit there, even though, you know, it came after such a morbid comment, you see that color on plum trees. You know, you get you a car, you call that shit plum purple. That shit is really the deepest burgundy you could ever even manufacture. Right. You know, it's like a bucket of black paint with a drop of red in it.
But is that what I said? Is that real, Rob?
Yeah.
Is you accepting business in that respect? Can a nigga come to you and be like this, man, bro? Listen, man, I need this date. Tell me what date I do
this for a living, God. Listen.
There we go.
Let me tell you something. You know, I feed my family with my craft, with this craft. Right. I pay for my dwelling with it. Okay. So I'm not playing. I can't scam people. You know, I look at how shit be going down. Young Pharaoh talking about polite scamming, like, you know, all this shit. I cannot be scammed. You know, I have measured a person's most exposed time to a lie every day. Now, 4 times a day, where that Neptune window opens to your ass. Every day. And you can show this to a nigga for a month or a year. It doesn't matter. In that fucking hour, he would be right in range of something that Neptune describes exactly. That is a terrible thing. What's terrible is that don't nobody give a fuck to know it until their ass get in trouble.
Come on.
Listen, man, even every astrologer I get that wasn't a serious student at the beginning, they didn't take it seriously. They went through some shit later that they wish they had been studying their charts for. You see? And that's what makes them really dig into that motherfucker. You know, because I really believe as a child that there was a time for wishes to come true for every individual.
That's a fact. Yo, segue that to, please, the Night of Power, Islamically. I remember when I was little, we used to be waiting for the Laylatul Qadr. You heard?
Okay, the Night of Power.
For the Night of Power. You remember, Philip, when my mama used to be like, nigga, these prayers, if you get this right, Allah will answer everything. And I still was like, whatever. Like, now you gave me the cosmological rhetoric to know that is a true gauge in the religious construct. It's an
watch this.
religion.
They say that the time for wishes is during the new moon.
Okay.
So now, because that, but what if, see, I can't agree with that. Because what if the new moon that you're doing the ritual in is in a square to your planet of heaven? You see? I have observed, I have tested this shit to see if it even bends. The law does not bend. And before I go, I want to tell y'all this. The measure of 12 inches in a foot is not English. That belongs to us. And the measure and the metric system is not French. That belongs to us. Because there are 12, it takes the sun 1/12 of the year to move through each sign. So it's set up to be 1/12. 1 foot is 12 inches. And the moon takes 2.5 days to go through each sign. That's the 2.5 centimeters is 1 inch. So we had this math laid out at the pyramids and Tiahuanaco, and Stonehenge is the same measure. We built all that shit. But I'm just telling you that even the metric system and the motherfucking of King's link. King is the sun. Metric is matrix, which is mother. Sun is father, moon is mother. The sun concurs with the 12 units equal 1 unit. The moon is 2.5 units equal 1 of those units. That is metric, and that is solar and lunar. And we the authors of every motherfucking thing.
That's right.
I started off with that magi shit, but you gotta understand, man, that they use that magi spell on you everywhere because a mortgage, which is a death contract, is Pluto. Morte, Latin for death. Murt, moot. You know, shit just goes all the way back.
Yo, I remember our best astrologer in the community told me that he was a student of Rahu. You remember Will Brabham?
Yeah.
Yeah. He was the best astrologer ever that we ever knew. And then he was like, what? He said, you know Rahu? I said, yeah. He said, well, that's my teacher.
That's my teacher.
He said, yeah.
Will Brabham has taught me some things too. Don't get that shit twisted ever. That nigga father was the first black man to open up a storefront. I think he was the first astrology storefront in Brooklyn, New York, ever.
Wow.
Yeah. So, and this nigga's knowledge of astrological terms, methodologies, measures, and techniques is encyclopedic.
Yeah, he's a beast.
And it sells minds for fucking years.
Well, he bigged you up.
No,
he said you the big homie.
He paid me for a session of my method, because he can see plainly that my method wasn't the same as everybody else's. But I didn't teach him astrology. I just taught him my method, and he just found out that it worked. You know, people can't believe I'm the author of it.
I learned this from him. He taught me that if you can't find certain stuff in English books, go buy the French version of the book and go get a dictionary and look up paragraphs. You heard? Because the French is going to tell you something that nobody ever said in English, and it's impossible to say. You heard? So it works the same way for astrology with him, as well as with mysticism. I got French Masonic books and French Kabbalah books. I collect them as well.
Oh, you know those when the Masons took over Europe, nigga. That them motherfuckers took all, and you got to go to France to get all of the true artifacts, African artifacts.
Yeah.
France, Napoleon, man, pillaged that motherfucker first and foremostly. You see?
Yo, so, Rod, you got your passport?
No, I don't.
Get your passport, man, so we can all go on this tour. For real. We mobbing.
Yeah.
Facts.
We got to go to the UK and then go mob. Yo, watch me be a rapper. Watch me start rapping on these niggas in Germany and all that. Are you laughing? Watch. I'm going to get me a little
I'm not
rap
laughing
kid.
at you.
No, I'm dead ass.
I understand.
I'm going to give me a little rap starter
can
kid.
Go to Germany and become a cult motherfucking, develop a cult following that will feed his ass for years. And he lives stateside and don't nobody even know his ass because he ain't did nothing yet over here.
That's right. Wow. They could be on a Hasselhoff in Germany.
Yeah.
Listen, man, I know a motherfucker like that personally. That went over there and said, man, he said, nigga, this shit paid for my car, my house, my everything. And I only saw records overseas.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I get it. I get it.
That's the wave, though.
I promise.
You gotta self-distribute anyway.
I do
you ain't serious about your craft.
Huh?
That's how I feel. If you're not distributing it already,
right?
Whatever you claim, then you ain't serious about it.
That's a fact.
You know, because nowadays, in order to get on, you gotta already have some traction. They want already rolling snowball.
For real,
definitely. But the key component to that is the numbers. If you could secure, it's almost like having a union. If you could secure a certain number block, you're guaranteed traction, you're guaranteed results.
So that's a go. Because I'm lit.
Advertisement crap ain't no joke.
Watch. We lit. I promise you. We lit. We a rap group right here. The four of us. We the new NWA. Fuck these niggas. Scorpio lasers. Nigga. What happened? With the big homie, the fat god. My name is Fat God Allah from now on.
Fat God Allah.
Fat God Allah on an Afro beat.
Nigga.
On an Afro beat.
That's a fact. Fat God Allah.
We call us the Wuhan clan.
Come on. Come on. Now you playing.
I just want to say like this here.
We could be like the Clash, bro.
I sure am of the idea that whenever people of the same vibratory frequency come together to do something,
right,
that it just gets done.
Yeah.
Gets done correctly too. Like it's crazy, right? How the re-emergence of this broadcast. You know, I did the chart for this fucking show, right?
Oh,
okay.
Legend.
You know, I just looked at what I had rising in my shit. And I said to myself, you know, it's always a coincidence.
Sorry, man.
You see, the last time we did a really good broadcast, all four of us, Mars and Pluto were conjunct. Remember, Mars and Pluto were conjunct. So now here we go again, while Mars and Pluto are conjunct.
Wow, that's crazy.
They're conjunct by sign. They're not conjunct perfectly, but they're conjunct. They're in the same sign. But
what you flushing the toilet? Fuck that.
Trying to drop bombs.
Yeah.
Dude,
we gotta get some StreamYard bombs.
No, watch
man.
what's even crazier. Mars and Pluto are now converging in Scorpio's third house.
Wow.
Third house is conversation. Jupiter is also there. And ain't one of them that don't have black on. Because Pluto is in Capricorn. All right. Now, Jupiter is also broadcasting, and Jupiter is there in the third, in Scorpio's third. So it describes everybody on this broadcast like a motherfucker. And Mars is red. And there goes red. You look at this screen, this whole shit. And, you would think that a nigga actually played this shit out, that we rehearsed.
Yo, the screen looked like we got a bankroll though. I like this.
Forever in a state of trying to get an even greater bankroll. So this is my thing here too, man. Like I just want to be known that, you know, I don't be trying to get in debates, but I refuse to lose one.
That's right.
That's right.
I refuse to lose one. So, you know, I'm not gonna bring you something I can't show you though.
Right.
And that's not to down a motherfucker. It's just that I don't feel comfortable in that capacity. Because I believe some shit that I can't put on the table for you to examine, mentally or motherfucking you know, actually, man.
Right. I want to debate one of them religious niggas, religious Egyptian like niggas that's like a Muslim or whatever, or Hebrew or some shit, so I can mangle them niggas and then show everybody what I've been trying to tell you for the longest. Do not start no conversation telling me about no goddamn Canaanites and no motherfucking the house of them and the Shem and all this old bullshit. All that shit is fake. It's all fake. All of that shit is fake. Ain't no such thing as none of them niggas. You heard?
Yeah, they're all pop. They are numbers on the grid, man.
Exactly. They talk about.
You know the age of all those niggas comes out to the number 9.
Listen to this though. When I go into I take away the English translation and I turn it into toilet paper, and then I have the biggest shit in the universe, and then I wipes my ass with it. The English translation, right? And then I goes the English translation. I turns it into the Bible. I turns it into toilet paper, and then I wipes my ass with it and flushes it down the toilet because it's worthless, right? And then I goes like this. I go match the phonetics word for word from Akkadian and Sumerian hymn texts, and they ripped and took participles of all doctrines that speak about how to get rid of dirty niggas and bitches from away from you, from dealing with bad luck and trying to take your money, take your riches, take your money, have you looking stupid, you heard? How you making mistakes, how your kids looking crazy than the motherfucking all that. People is evil. Ain't no such thing as God. God don't give a fuck about no niggas. Allah ain't never gave a fuck about no nigga, right? And then this is the big part. The only thing that's gonna protect you is a motherfucking bath, my nigga, and consideration of the stellar canopy. You heard? And ridding yourself and your stomach of goddamn evil sorcery. People be hating on y'all. You ain't had no car accident. That was somebody that ain't take a shower, come to your motherfucking house, sit in your face, gossiping, talking about some shit that ain't got nothing to do with y'all, and then you left and you had an accident because they was dirty. And that's just the bottom line. You heard? That's just the bottom line. And niggas be, the Akkadian Sumerian people say this. They say, if a man have a stomach where he can't see his joint or his feet, his stomach sticking out like that, they say he cursed. So I said, how is that? He could just be fat, right? Or maybe he just got bad digestion. And then you think about it, you heard? And you think about sentimentality, you think about lifestyle, you think about all of the surrounding shit, and you think about where you feel at, right? And yes, that is a symbol of a curse. And how do they address the curse? They get you to take a shit, bro. It's in their papers. It's in the Bible, in the phonetics, bro. They say take these herbs. They got names for these herbs and all that. Niggas is calling Adonai. Ain't no fucking such thing as Adonai. Adonai is a compound of two terms that seek to give you an understanding of Adus or Odus that come from the goddess Nana. You heard? Odu Nana is messages or knowledge from Nana. Is Odo Adonai. You heard? Compound phrases. You heard? Ain't no such thing as none of that. Yahweh is one of the illest, what you call it, place markers for narrative constructors, people who write shit down. You heard? Has no spiritual merit whatsoever. We have been embellishing it. Metatron. If I hear another nigga say Metatron, I'm talking about Metatron. 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 That shit don't appear in no books. You heard? It's some shit that niggas made up. When you see it in the Talmud, that show you how fake the Talmud is. It's a Greek term, and it's only there to capture the number 314. You heard? That's it. It's
you know
the
what's
Greek
crazy,
version.
man? That the word Faradus is a Greek word. It's Arabic for paradise, which is Greek for an enclosure, a garden. Okay.
Yeah, and
You,
that's
you
one of
have
my
to
favorite
understand.
fragrances. Ferdus is ill for the spirit too.
They also say that the black stone.
Yeah, it's a meteor.
Nah, that's what the Muslims say.
Yeah.
That's not what the Hadith said. The Hadith said Gabriel cast his shit down. It's the afterbirth of Adam. It's from, and other ones want to, in the later case, it was a meteor because it fell from the sky and it's a rock. Okay? And for real, that motherfucker is the head of the goddess Athena, who the Arabs called Alat.
Alat.
And they went on their booty chasing voyages into the islands and went on a Greek island that had a temple of Athena and cut the head off and brought it back to Mecca and used it as a cornerstone for the Kaaba. That's why it's all broke up, because the motherfucker, it wasn't never, it was white because it was made out, it was a plaster. And the shit they use. Yeah. So you gotta understand, man, where the origin of everything is in the mind of an enlightened man.
Right. And then they put the fixture, they put the stone in the corner and then made the shit look like how the clitoris sit up.
No, man, let me murder you with this. Every Shiva temple has the yoni symbol in it. And every Shiva temple has a platform inside that in the shape of an octagon, and there is a well within the courtyard or within the precincts of the temple.
Right. Spiritual technology.
That is the architecture of the Kaaba right there. Yeah, you know all that people are Kushite. From India to Africa, all that shit is Kushite.
Yeah.
So why would not there be a temple of Shiva in Arabia when the king, the Indian king, name on a medallion hangs in the Kaaba? And you gotta know that at the time that the Kaaba was built, the word Abraham is Abraham, is Abraham, this thus Rahman, and Braham, and all of that is connected because all them people are all Kushite, man.
Yeah. And that term Abra is readily used in what you call it in Akkadian and Sumerian in their hymns for their magic when it gets to the textual part for the ritual. And then when you go to that movie, everybody, all my students better go see that shit, Dr. Sleep. When it come out on DVD, buy it. You heard? It's the second movie to The Shining, and the little black girl in there is the new superhero of the film narrative. She was in there defeating motherfucking child. What they was molesting and killing motherfucking kids. She what you call her name was Abra. Her name was Abra in the movie. You heard? And she had this shining ability. That shit with the magic. You heard? Y'all got to see that. That's the first time I see operatively. This is how they use that. They'll take terms and attribute them to characters, and when you see the character flesh out the narrative, it gives you kind of an understanding of what the term could mean. You know what I'm saying? Operatively in praxis, for real. Yo, it's a nigga named Dr. Ovary Massager. That nigga's funny. That's a funny nigga. Whoever put his name in there in the chat, he's a funny nigga. You my son for that. Crazy ass man. That nigga is the ovary massager. You's a crazy man. Yo, these names is crazy. Word is, boy. Yo, I love y'all, man. I'm about to stop. I'm about to kick this in the kidney there. I done taught myself hidden hungry. I'm about to lay it down. I got the album coming out to Mindanao.
Let the people know how they get in contact with you to purchase.
They gotta suck it to my pocket. Pre-order. I need for this I need $25 for this Batman Mafia. Word is
who they send that bread to?
They send it to 111 Prince. No, excuse me, I'm bugging the fuck out. Redact that. Erase that from the thing.
Dollar sign.
It's $ S Prince 111. And use my direct message in my Instagram. Instagram is my motherfucking it's my that's my store. I love me some Instagram.
DM is
that shit is the office. For real.
No, I mean, that's the office for real.
For real. And my Instagram is AKHU Art. Yeah. AKHU Art. For real. Yo, y'all legends. I appreciate you. Of course, Cool. I can't wait to do this again. So is we back in the building, KTL soldiers?
Yeah, this is it.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate this.
This is the format. You know, this is it's monetized. It is what we say it is, but we set the standard here tonight. What was done here was legendary, and we want to end on a high note and make sure that the world knows that this is in dedication and love and light to the young life of this young man, Pop Smoke, but the entire generation.
We love you, Pop Smoke.
Yes.
If ain't nobody never appreciated you for something more than being a street person or just an artist, we love you just because you exist, little bro, and you still existing, and you ain't never gonna die. God bless the dead.
Also, say his government name too. He has a powerful government name.
Yes. What is it?
Bashir Baraka.
Alhamdulillah. That's right, Bashir.
Huh?
Jackson. His last name is Jackson, just like Curtis.
Yeah.
Jackson.
Yeah, just like Curtis.
And he channeled and resonated that energy, unlike any that I've seen after young Curtis.
Yeah.
Oh no, definitely. That he was on a Curtis. He was on that Curtis come up wave. Like this one here, man. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
it's what it's gonna do is it's gonna explode the genre. The Brooklyn drill is not gonna go anywhere. It's actually gonna grow bigger now.
Gonna make it mushroom.
Fabio is on the front line. The young guys. Somebody's gonna step in though. That this is gonna give the opportunity, in my humble opinion, for like you saying, the OG talking to the young, giving them some kind of attention and beginning to coach and beginning to become intermediates in certain kind of affairs.
Yes.
Big homie shit, like they holding a meeting at Rock Nation with the Woos and the Trues and sitting them down. because the potential that Brooklyn got right now is the potential that Bobby is on his way home. That's it. It's over after that.
Yeah, we got to teach the young people how to protect each other and protect their young messianic forces in and around themselves, and as it expressed, you know, in their peers. And also, another thing, back to what AKHU said about the home training. I think a lot of times sisters get a lot of the flack for the way that the niggas is behaving in the streets. But I'm gonna tell you something. It have to be some type of. It have to be somewhere there's a conversation where it's not just a big homie for the young people. They need big homegirls too, bro.
Yeah, no,
they need
all the way.
queens and sisters around them, man,
Yeah.
to give them a balance. You know what I'm saying? A lot of them lack motherly energy around them anyway. You feel
That's
me?
right.
Sisterly energy. All that shit sitting up with a bunch of niggas all day, because these little niggas ain't even gonna believe you know how. Half the time, you got to be more savage than them. You heard? And you can't make it seem like you're being too preachy because they don't want to hear it. But at the end of the day, everybody want to impress a woman. You feel me, son? You feel me? For real, they want, and your mother is recapitulated through all the women around you. You heard? So you know, men have this precarious journey that nobody knows about. That your journey in your entire life would be from the first woman that had you to the last woman that is around you when you feeling yourself. You heard? You understand? And you walk within that. So they need that, you know? Because I bet you if it was some sisters there, it would have been some more provisions to protect them. You heard? Because they really the prize. You did? They the prize.
Yeah, they the prize.
For real. They the prize, man. For real. So I love y'all, man, but I swear to God, y'all don't need me to keep going. Y'all niggas is legends. You with AKHU, I'm hungry, man. I'm gonna call y'all tomorrow.
Peace. All right. Peace, Lord.
All right. Salute, Lord.
Salute.
Sleep tight, God.
Peace, King.
No, we gotta end with some Pop Smoke though.
I
need to hear some. I need visuals and music as the young God who is once he's a legend. You know, there's a club now. It's about 8 of them. You know, the 20 club. X Tentacion was 20. Juice WRLD 21. Pop Smoke 20. People were surprised.
Biggie Smalls 25. Tupac 25.
Biggie Smalls 25. Tupac 25. And these young men, these young kings, are making their run. You know, in their 20s, they're managing to immortalize themselves. You know, in just 20 years on the planet. And when I do my research and I go back in time, like into the 1800s, into the 16 and 17, that was reflecting as well, because they were emperors in the 20s. You know, there were people who were in their mid-20s who fought 3 wars and had medals and whatnot. Right. And people were dying at 35 and 40, huh?
Yeah. AKHU, what would be the height of their Mars cycle? When would their Mars cycle be peaked and it would be at the highest level of competitiveness?
Between the 35th and the 44th year.
Okay.
Now, really, what planet would I measure is the motion of Mars. You know, there's a Mars super cycle, 22 cycles. It goes, you know, it ebbs and tightens. So you might get one Mars cycle that is 18 months. The next Mars, the average is 23 months, or another one is 25 months.
Right. But
you see what I'm saying? But 22 of those, they start to reorder. The shortest cycle and then the longest cycle happens in a rhythm. Right. And the peak of that rhythm is 22 years.
Right.
So at the age of 22, during your first Saturn square, you are energetic. You have more manly energy. You are the most athletic. Right. You are everything, the most aggressive, the most direct and forward and impulsive and action oriented and we can run the Mars list down. There are different measures for measuring what martial quality of what to, okay? Because if there's a cycle of 44 years, really it's 43.6 years and a floating decimal. You see, that 0.6 is a floating decimal. You dig? So, but if you understand that mathematical concept, you have rounded off to 44 years, you know, which falls all into the doctrine of Mars, Aries, the number 44, the Damu, and all of the other Kabbalistic root you can add to that. Yeah. So, but you know what's really crazy is that, you know, they say Mars is the Lord of this world, and the life begins in the sign of Aries, you know. But you have to understand how that the nature that it is in an ending infinite cycle. You know, 0 degrees Aries is always somewhere in the sky. Technically, it's moving. And so is 0 degrees on the other side. You see? If you just keep it simple, though, I want to go back to the Kobe Bryant situation. Okay? And the fact that 1 degree equals 1 year. That is so perfect according to the nature of his death, right? But you have to use other measures on other people. You understand? It works differently per person. But the rhythm is still 360 degrees. See? 360 degrees is 360 degrees. A month is 360 degrees, and so is a year. You understand that? So you understand that you could just expand or shrink that cycle according to the natural motion of the sky. That's where people fall short right there. They don't want to do the astronomy part to actually see the concurrence. Dig? But what can I say, God? Oh, Pop Smoke. This dude had the moon and Mars in Scorpio, right? You didn't get that part. And they just recently occultated. You see? Okay. So even though he was born with them together in the sign of Scorpio.
Right.
And what that promise manifested under a moon Mars occultation. But it's not just that simple. You know, he had squares to Pluto, which is the dispositor for that Mars moon container. You have to look at what Pluto is, right? And perfectly square that was Venus. Somebody sending him or him paying for clothes or having expensive clothing.
Dior. That's his biggest hit, Dior.
So the point in the matter is, even that is in the astrology of it. Virgo is clothing. Venus is, you know, him fronting, you know, shitting on niggas in front.
That's the shine. That's the bling. That's the light.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Perfectly square that was Pluto. That describes the killer, Sagittarius. Who got in the car.
Yeah, all black, they said, with a black mask.
See, who got in the car? I'm telling you how the signs read these things. Right? Pluto is in Sag. So the killer was in the car. Because he was at home. So you look at the moon, says home, Mars. What if he got killed in the chest? If he got shot in his chest, or you know? Because the moon and Mars, like that shit was crazy. How his chart concurred. He had Saturn and Jupiter in 180 degrees. Oh, and right now, Saturn is 180 degrees from his sun degree.
Wow. And the illest shit what Blue pointed out is that he died. You talked about that earlier?
I mentioned it.
Did he die what?
With the alignment.
That's what he
yeah, no, I know.
Yeah, no, we didn't. Yeah, I did mention to it the fact that the Pluto-Saturn alignment happened in his 7th house, which is the sign that represents his daughter, his second child. So Pluto, the planet of death, was in the place of the second child, who also died from a fall. Okay. So, and people take the form of the planet. So, and she was a Taurus. Her son was in opposition to his technology, to his Uranus. So he should have never had her in that fucking helicopter in the first place. Really, he's doing exactly what his chart said he would do, though.
Mm-hmm.
See, that's the just
Kobe
the
you
end of
talking
it.
about.
Yeah, you talking about Kobe.
That's what Kobe you talking about.
Fuck yeah, did I lose you? Because yeah, God, let me tell you something. The motion in his chart concurred perfectly with the moment of his death.
Okay.
And before that, you see, it's not enough to say, oh, here goes one motion that matches this one infinite.
Yeah.
You have to show it in succession.
In succession.
So what the fuck motion was he under during his debut in the NFL? The day he got the letter to be the draft pick. Not the day it came on the fucking news. We need to know when he you see, oh shit, I'm gonna be in the NBA. See, we'll see motion at the angles on these days. So once we find the rhythm of that, then he's like I'm gonna tell you like this. It shit even works in death. Let me show you, okay? Fuck using my grandmother's chart. Let's use Nipsey Hussle. Okay?
Yeah.
Nipsey died under a Saturn motion, which is lead. You see? And his killer squared this motion too. All right. But at any rate, so many days after he died, he had a funeral. And so many days after he died, his wiz broadcasted on TV about how she felt about the whole thing. And the wiz, he had Venus and Leo in his progression. So his partner came on the screen with a child, Leo, talked about how much she loved, Leo'd him, and you know how much he was so loving and all that. Right when his Venus came to the ascendant, even after his death, the funeral was when Saturn hit his IC. He got pardon me. It when Pluto hit his IC. That was the funeral. Okay, so when people talk about he was this ascendant, he was that ascendant, well, this astrologer says this and that. The math of it is when we rewind it from the ascendant and we fast forward it to the moment, according to that ruling, 1 degree equals 1 year. Does it measure up? No, it doesn't. And see, for a nigga that's born 12 months ago, that means that, a nigga who was born 12 hours ago, in this measure, 12 hours would equate to damn near 6 months, 5.5 months, depending on the speed of the sky at the time of the measure. You dig what I'm saying? So this is why you get all these astrologers who can't prove it. Because they don't know about that part. Really, it's really that simple. You know, there's an interpretation of astrology and then there's the knowledge of the rates. These rates are so fucking stupid. Like, okay, watch this. When Malcolm X was almost 7 years old, Pluto in his declination, by progressive calculation, Mars, had met his Pluto in a perfect conjunction. The day his father was killed. And Mars went on to make another aspect the day his house was set on fire as a child. These same motions told of his house being burnt from his birth chart. He had Mars in Cancer. That's a home fire. That's his house catching on fire. See? Now, consider that Betty's chart described her husband perfectly, would it not? Okay? Even if you don't understand that it does, accept that it does for right now. Just like his chart describes her perfectly. Okay? So, now, the shit she said after his death and all that concur with certain motions too. This is how easy it is to see the fabric of reality in terms of how things manifest in this 12 harmonic perspective. You know that there are different harmonics.
Right.
That the human faculties all generate at different harmonics. This is why you're able to switch from your memory to your imagination at will. Okay? Your frequencies You can use them in tandem. You can
Neural
juggle.
pathways.
You jiggle, huh?
Neural pathways.
Yeah. You see? So, I mean, this is the conduit of the spirit right here.
Mm-hmm.
And you embody the spirit of the universe at the moment of your birth. And the sky after you is going to attest to that. And the sky after you is going to attest to that.
Mm-hmm.
Per rhythm of astrological constants every 30 degrees. That's why every sign, that's why there's 12 signs. So, you know, you divide it into 13, you got to show me something physical for the concurrence. You show me this number, you got to show me something physical. But when you see a constant that is mathematically even in every proportion, in every way, right? Then it runs, this is what runs the universe, that rhythmic cycle anyway. Because a 44 cycle can easily lock into a 22-year, 11-year, 5.6 year. You understand what I'm saying? Cycle, because all you have to do is keep it whole. So, in other words, what I'm trying to demonstrate is that the 12 harmonic manifestation of the universe is the signs of the zodiac. Radiating force. So this mind is receptive to the 12th harmonic. But you know, we go to sleep, God, and attain a different frequency in our subconscious activity. That you know that there are disciplines to learn how to access while you're awake. The whole thing about being awoke, right? So, you know, I'm just trying to show how what we said in the beginning, you know, we look at Pop's chart, because I keep deviating from that, you know, branching off, that are in his declinations. In other words, not the wheel, but the planets as they were set up. What shows the natal promise of death in the declinations, or what was most apparent to me in my search for research, is that he has the moon between Venus and Pluto. That would be his reception of the clothing and his death. You understand that?
Yeah.
So I see the natal promise in both places, the declinations and in the longitude.
Right.
You understand? These are gates that are used to measure a person's activity. Because see, now suppose he lived through it. The chart would have said life and death situation. Right. He would have had to fight in his home, regardless of whom and what. And that's what Mars and the moon together represent. So I just wonder, you know, if it's right there in a person's birth chart and all this, you know, what makes you people or anyone, you know, think that this can't all be running smoothly because of the design and the times, the nature of the times that we're in. You can measure these things. Nipsey, Malcolm X, Biggie, the age of 25. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Let me add that before we run away. It's half of a Chiron cycle. And Chiron is wounded. These 25-year-olds who get killed and die have the Chiron opposition. At the age of 25, because the Chiron cycle is 49 to fluctuates constantly between 49 and 51 years, which is 50 years average, and half of that cycle is the opposition of that. And geometrically, oppositions produce this type of tension. You bang nails into boards with the tension you need from an opposition. You push something away, you use opposing force.
Yeah. I remember my 25th. Explosive.
Liddy.
Like you said, hammer to a nail.
Yeah, man. These are the years where Mars is prevalent, man, too. You know, you start your cycle like 20, 22, 23, 24, 25, 20. You don't ever leave a Mars cycle. You have to just wonder though, what state, what cycle was your Mars cycle? You see, astrologers don't read into that Mars super cycle of 43 years. Because were you born in this one? Because it goes loop, that's one Mars, and loop, 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 and the loops get longer until they get to the top, and then they get shorter again, woo, 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 as they come to the bottom, right? Mm-hmm. So which one was yours? Mm-hmm. Becoming longer or becoming shorter? And in your own individual one, was your Mars fast or slow? Because you can use that motherfucker to derive meaning and action. You dig? Because Mars in the natural sky goes through its own cycle. So you just fit those two circles together mathematically, literally. There's only one way to do it. You know, if you know geometry, you can make 24 hours equal a day. You can make 24 hours equal a month. Mm-hmm. Every month is 360 degrees. Every year is 360 degrees. I mean, it's very simple, man. So you can fit these into one another and see how the rhythm of your life happens.
Fact. That's dope. You know what I'm saying?
You know, it's crazy now when you compare the charts like between killers and their victims and shit. John Wilkes Booth against Abraham Lincoln's chart. Mm-hmm. The nigga who killed Martin Luther King, Gandhi. Mm-hmm. Okay. All of these people have plenty. What's the name of this cat? Zimmerman and
Trayvon
Martin. Okay. Mm-hmm. When you look at the planets that they had in geometric constant, were the planets in aspect. Those planets traditionally, if you wrote down all of their keywords in paragraphs, would describe Trayvon Martin and him meeting and fighting and all of that shit. See, what they did is, I'm not taking Trayvon Martin's side, but Trayvon Martin whooped that nigga's ass first.
Yeah.
You see?
I shot him.
Yeah.
So you saying that was scripted, that was written?
Yeah, it was written because we can go get their charts. You see?
Exactly, and you'll
see anything I say, go get the charts. I'll generate them. I can show and prove it. If you look at Kobe's birth chart with Cancer rising, you'll see Pluto and Saturn is far apart. I just gave you the geometry to that. If you advance it to Capricorn, because you believe the Capricorn rising, born on August 23rd of 1970, August 23rd of 1978, you put Capricorn the ascendant, then measure the distance between Saturn and Pluto. It is not the same. You see, it's just a teeny bit shorter. Mm-hmm. Which means that they met when he would have been younger, since it was shorter. See, and it didn't. See, the one that concurs with his death within 2 days is we have to change his birth date by 28 to 2 days before his birthday to make it concur even any closer. Mm-hmm. And then I didn't calculate the hours and minutes of his age. I only calculated day to this many days and this many years. You see, I didn't get to and this many hours and seconds.
Yeah.
Which in predictive measure, hours and seconds aren't the same. 4 minutes roughly is 1 day. 3 minutes and 56 seconds really is 1 day. Mm-hmm. You see? So when you understand that shit, but he died right when the planet of death touched the planet of falling. That shit is crazy. And because it also says the death of a Capricorn, because Saturn is the ruler of Capricorn. And he had the promise of the death of a child by fall, by mechanical, or with mechanical shit, with her friends. Because Uranus doesn't just say fall from a great height. It doesn't just say explosion. It doesn't just say engineering and machinery and technology. It says fall off the sky.
Mm.
And he had this in his place of children, where the sign of death was at.
Mm.
Then the planet that rules this conjuncts Saturn in Capricorn, and he loses a child, the second one. You see, which is the 7th house. So, you know, that is written already in the charts. And I guarantee you, if we can get Kobe Bryant's mother's chart or his grandmother's chart, and verify that this is her chart and the time of birth we're using is correct, right? We need to get the right time of day. Then we can read him dying in that chart. Okay, I'll give you an example. Watch this. My grandmother, you know, my mother's the 4th child. I look at the 11th house of my grandmother's chart, which is the 4th child. Then I look at the 1st child of the 4th child, which would be describing me, right? Hey, Jupiter and Mars in Aquarius. I done been in 8 car accidents. What's deeply is on a very shallow level, the 3rd house is younger brothers and sisters. And my Uncle Bob died in a car accident, that is my grandmother's younger brother. You understand that? So my mother is a Libra. So the 11th house of Sagittarius, which is my grandma's ascendant, is Libra, even though I'm not an Aquarius. Do you understand that? I have Pluto conjunct Uranus, so I get the access to the Aquarian nature right there. You understand me? Yeah. So what's really deep and crazy, so there's nothing that's not scripted, God. What it is the person who has not trained themselves to accurately read the correlation that is there anyway.
Right. The writing on the wall.
Yeah.
It's there.
See, so everything is scripted. Just because you don't see the script
don't mean it's not there. Right.
Yeah, exactly. So, or you know, we can't read certain writing because we don't know the language.
Right. Still there. Still writing. It's still code.
Right. So, you know, this coding through as an astrologer and a person that exercises hope, I look at certain motions beforehand. And I say to myself, man, I hope that I can turn that shit into some of this, some of that. Sometimes I'm successful. I have never been able to not work with the materials at the time, which were described by the planets that were in motion at the time. See, planets just describe. They don't cause a motherfucking thing. You dig? They just concur, man. Because the nature of that planet physically doesn't change. You know, Mars stays moving at its rate. It is not so harmed as to what we go through that concurs with the frequency of Mars. So, because there are so many motions outside of us going in their own cycle, there are 1-year cycles, 2-year cycles, 3-year cycles, 4-year cycles. There are also human cycles that are psychological development. You dig? The first 4 years of life, you're in the lunar stage. You're soft. You're a crybaby. You're still attached to your family and dependent on your mama. You see what I'm saying? That's the move. From that, you go into your learning stage, which is Mercury. Mercury is learning, reading, writing, Then you learn how to communicate and deal with a broader vision. You see? And then at the same time, this shit happens in stages. Now, some people get it, they start talking at the age of 2. Some people wait till the age of 4. So how do you gauge it? I guarantee you it concurs with the speed of their first day. But you got to understand when I explain it, Leo rises slower than Pisces. You know, and the math of it is crazy because 72 minutes is exactly 5% of the day, and Pisces is the poor, righteous, meek, worshiping, faith, believer, meek of the planet Earth. You understand? It's all described by Pisces. And the sign opposing that rises for 144 minutes a day, which is Virgo, the sign of work. So for 10% of the day is ruled by Virgo, which is the sign of work. Yeah, it takes 5% of the day for Pisces to rise and 10% of the day for Virgo to rise. And there goes the slave maker, the poor, the taskmaster, Virgo. And most people in positions of management and supervisory capacity, most of them niggas get sinus allergies and headaches, which you know is a Virgo flaw. Okay? Now you just test me on that shit. Every time you walk into a store and can't talk to the supervisor, I say, you get sinus allergies and headache? I guarantee you 85% of the time you'll get a yes. Really, 100% of the time you'll get a why. Why is that? See? Because that's how they answer. See? So you watch that. And how long are we gonna broadcast on this joint for? Because God, I want to take it down. You waiting on me?
Yeah, we finished when you finish.
No, I'm done. Peace. Yeah. I love y'all. I'm out. I want y'all to know one thing straight.
Yes, indeed.
I blew up because of y'all on y'all shit.
Oh, right. As you should.
As you should. We appreciate you. This platform is home for you. You know what I'm saying? And we not only do we appreciate you, we need the world to know who you are and the science that you represent is some of the most important information on this planet. You know what I'm saying? So you are one of the most important people on this planet, and we honor and salute you. And it's always, it's a high honor to be able to do anything, in service of spreading this information and shining the light where it needs to be. So thank you, Lord.
Well, I'd like to thank y'all for creating a platform and giving me an opportunity to speak because, for years, I wasn't able to show it on a broader scale. Okay? More people got to realize that, the first challenges I ever got from my people were that shit is all European, Greek. AA said something earlier about saying that they accuse you of sounding white or doing what white boys do. Yeah. Because, you see that advocacy or that ignorance is because that person's parent failed to show them where they could use their skills to not feel that way. Mm-hmm. That I'm making music now because I find that the science of music matches the reflection of how you emotionally respond to your environment. Mm-hmm. When you write music, when you write your own music, you go with what aesthetically pleases you. You come up with several shits that don't fucking work for you. You find one that works for you. And see, just to be able to express that energy is trance state meditation. Because you're opening your imagination to Neptune energy. You're using Neptune energy. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. Now, for those that like to do work, man, the new moon is the best time. You want to see the results of your shit within 2 weeks. You did during the full moon. By the full moon, it should be on and popping. See, that natural cycle is what we use for planting.
For planting, right. We put seeds in the ground in a new moon.
Yeah.
Into that darkness.
And let that moon pull that.
It pulls that life forward.
It pulls it on. It forces that seed to bust open.
Yeah.
Come forth and feather, she says. Yeah.
And on that note, I want to salute y'all. Thank you for this amazing classical episode. So much information. with the sprints. This is a 4 hour, you know, it's a 4 hour pill.
Yeah.
You know,
well, I wasn't keeping time. I wasn't keeping track of time. Man, like I said earlier, you know, but it was a time where I couldn't talk about this shit.
Well, yeah, that time.
I have a very close comrade.
That's right.
He's a Muslim brother, right? I was telling him about, you know, all that the Afrocentric book list. You know what I'm saying? That I read back, and I didn't know who wrote the list or who, but they had a bunch of books from Baltimore Press. You see, and I read all those books. So when I came home, these were the doctrines that I was spitting. You understand what I'm saying?
The pillars.
Right. And he said to me, this is 10 years before that shit, before he discovered it, basically. He found it on YouTube and everywhere. He said, yo, remember that shit you was talking when you first came on? I said, yeah. I said, he said, man, that shit is all on YouTube. It's all over Facebook. It's all on Instagram. I said, yeah. Yeah. You see, the catch to it is, it was 1997 when I came home. So, understanding that part, right? I see how the mentality, you know, it just prevails, man. And I gotta go, God. I had a ball 2 hours.
Oh.
I'm sweating. I really want to get out of this shit here.
I feel you. Well, yeah, that's where they could go for
man.
I love you too, man. We're gonna do a whole show with you coming. We're gonna bring you back.
Well, anytime you're ready, just give me some minute's notice.
Oh no, this is based off of what was said tonight. We're gonna put together something and do a power demonstration, because you know this platform, we have the power to go visual and everything.
Yeah, exactly.
We're gonna.
You know, I have a whiteboard attached to my kitchen wall.
Say less. Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. Exactly. There you go. The whole class.
That's my fucking notebook right there. That's my chalkboard.
Yeah, we give you the whole screen. You can go in.
I'm bringing back weekly class in March. I'm gonna have it on Thursdays. Bringing back weekly.
No, I need with you two Aries rising motherfuckers are on some old impulsive shit.
Yeah, that shit hit me directly.
I don't give a nigga no time to prepare for shit.
Nah.
Like, I know. I really need more than 1 day to put up the charts.
Definitely.
Fully analyze them, because it's a fucking measure. It isn't a peak. All right.
Nah, you know this happened. This happened spontaneously.
Astrology for more than a decade or close to a decade, claiming that they pros because they've been doing it for 8 years. They don't study rates or none of that shit.
Right.
Yeah. But when you get there, when you get to the point where you see that, you know, let me tell y'all something. I met y'all under Scorpio season. See, it's just that's just a coincidence.
Right.
It's just a coincidence. I was having a round table. Good night, man.
All right.
My brother.
Ooh.
All right. Please,
no doubt. You gonna play some Pop Smoke?
Yeah. I can finish off with some Pop Smoke.
Yeah. We could close out with that. Let me just share some announcements real quick while you get that ready. Okay. All right, family. This weekend we have a lecture, me and Blue Pill. This is gonna be monumental. We need you to either be in the building physically, or you have the opportunity to be there in the flesh. I'd rather you come through in the flesh. We will be in Connecticut, right there where Harvard is, New Haven, at the Eco Space, February 20th.
Is that Hartford or New Haven?
Oh, it's Hartford, my bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. So on the 22nd, which is on Saturday, from the hours of 2 p.m. to 7 p.m., Facts Initiative 2020, which is all solution based. I believe I'm going to be doing a show tomorrow, Third Eye Thursdays, and I may be bringing the cast for Facts Initiative 2020 on board, so we could deliver a preview for the family and let y'all know what y'all are in for. We will be live streaming it. You will have access to the live stream. Please call the number 203-841-9039 and go to Eventbrite, search Eventbrite, Facts Initiative 2020, and you'll be able to get what it is that you need. But yeah, tune in. We have some very big announcements on that day. Right? Very big announcements.
All right. We'll close it out with this this video.
All right.
Sure, it's not gonna get this. It's gonna get the whole video shut down though.
What? You think so? I played it before. I play videos.
Play whole videos.
Yeah. But nah, if
I'm just saying, I don't want to get caught up in the twist, but let it go. You can see the screen?
Yeah.
Huh?
I can see it. Mm-hmm.
Niggas saying they outside. Niggas saying they outside. Send the addy, we gon' slide. Air it out when we arrive. Poppin' that shit, but they done with the smoke. She like it rough when we fuck, so I'm grabbing that bitch by the throat. Niggas saying they outside. Send the addy, we gon' slide. Heard he was talking, but he never jumped out the stool. Think that it's sweet till I pull up and pop out and shoot. And they say I got the juice. I bought the Dior, now that's all I rock for the shoes. Hey, push niggas, hot boy. You ain't in the field, you a top boy. We gon' tie that boy up like a cowboy. I'm the one that they heavy like cowboy. Broke bitches ain't allowed. She wanna fuck with a real niggas like your style. I ain't no window shopper. You man out here with no shopping. I be in all the stores, and no, we ain't window shopping. She going back cause I'm popping. I'm making plays with her. We run it back like an option. Niggas saying they outside. Niggas saying they outside. Send the addy, we gon' slide. Air it out when we arrive. Poppin' that shit, but they done with the smoke. She like it rough when we fuck, so I'm grabbing that bitch by the throat. Niggas saying they outside. Send the addy, we gon' slide. Just cause I dance, don't think I'm pussy, don't make me pull up with the stick. I got a Louis V bag to match with the fit. VVS ones on my wrist. All this water on me, I got water for me and my bitch. Me and my bitch, drowning, flooding. They told me the price, I said fuck it. I spent it all with no budget. If it ain't 100, I ain't budget. I made like 200 in London. You out here guessing these bitches, you pumping shit up like you butter. If I see an album, I throw out the car. I'm at the crib with your bitch, she came with a dress, she left with no drawers. She left her out tour. She know that pop me outside, she know I'm the king of New York. Niggas saying they outside. Niggas saying they outside. Send the addy, we gon' slide. Air it out when we arrive. Poppin' that shit, but they done with the smoke. She like it rough when we fuck, so I'm grabbing that bitch by the throat. Niggas saying they outside. Send the addy, we gon' slide.